Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. There are new explosions reported in Iran. Could we be seeing the start of another night of U.S. strikes? We shall see. Let me show you this from Iran state media Tasnim. Explosion heard in the Bahmani area of Sirik County, Iran. That is about 8 minutes ago. They posted that. A few minutes ago, several explosions were heard in the village of Ziyarat in Sirik County. I am wondering if maybe the U.S. was holding off until after President Trump spoke. He did an appearance recently. He's done speaking. So I was wondering if maybe they were waiting for that. Regardless, we're going to see if we have the... Boy, I'm losing count. Would this be the 12th night? Or was last night the 12th night? I think this would be the 12th night of strikes in a row, if on Iran by the U.S. if they strike. All right, so we want to get you updated here, keeping an eye on things. There were also, I think, maybe some other reports of explosions recently. Give me a second here. Yes, there was a strike on Avaz. Look, this is in 4 minutes ago. U.S.-backed enemy launches missile attack on a location near the city of Avaz. U.S.-backed enemy? What does that mean? U.S.-backed enemy? The deputy governor of Khuzestan province for security affairs announced a location near the city of Avaz was targeted by a missile attack. I mean, if it's really a missile attack, who could it really be? Launched by a U.S.-backed enemy. Now, the U.S. itself has struck Avaz before. All right, give me a moment here. So we're hearing about new explosions. Let me show you on the map where Avaz is in Khuzestan province. I mean, Israel would be shocking if it was Israel, because they are not really involved in the conflict at the moment. So I can't imagine they would stop that to fire a missile at Avaz. But we'll have to see. I wonder if it's just going to end up being that they say it was the U.S. who fired that. I don't know, though. So let's show you this map here. So there have been some explosions reported in Sirik, frequently targeted by the U.S. Sirik, southern Iran on the coast of the Strait of Hormuz. And also reports of explosions, well, some sort of missile attack by a, quote, U.S.-backed enemy in Avaz, which has also been attacked numerous times by the U.S. recently. Avaz is in Khuzestan province, north of the western end of the Persian Gulf. So let's keep... an eye on things, and are we seeing the start of more U.S. strikes? Let's see what I'm seeing here. Give me a moment. Oops. I need one more moment here. Let's try this again. Hold on, I gotta just open up a window here. Just need to open up a window. Oh, I see what's going on. All right, we don't want to do that. Here we go. Okay, that is going to be better. Okay, good. That is good. Let's go over here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Now, Fars News is now reporting both of those explosions. You can see here from Fars State Media. U.S. a missile attack. Now, all right, so this is a different report about Avaz. So the other one might have been a bad translation. I don't know. Far state media is saying that the deputy governor of Khuzestan, who I think was the same person quoted in the other report, deputy governor of Khuzestan province, a location near the city of Avaz, was targeted. Well, no, it says targeted by a missile attack from the U.S.-backed terrorist enemy. So I don't really know what that means. I'm still confused about that. And then explosions heard in Sirik around midnight local time, about 40 minutes ago. Several explosions were heard in the vicinity of Sirik in the eastern part of Hormozgan province. Local sources report the sounds originated from the Babani district of Sirik. Oh, update. Update on a asphalt storage warehouse reportedly hit. Look at this. Terrorist enemy launches missile attack on asphalt storage warehouse near Ramshir. Valiola Hayati, deputy governor of Khuzestan province for security affairs, announced a warehouse storing asphalt located near Ramshir, Iran, was targeted by a missile attack from the terrorist enemy, the United States. So let me show you with Ramshir in Khuzestan province. Ramshir, hold on. I got a post about that. There's Ramshir in Khuzestan province. There. So the claim is that the U.S. attacked a asphalt storage warehouse. I don't know if this is true, of course. Hold on. Iranian deputy governor claiming U.S. Conducted a missile attack on an asphalt storage warehouse near Ramshir, Iran. All right, so I cannot verify this claim. Did the U.S. really attack a asphalt storage warehouse? I don't know. I don't know if Iran would consider that sensitive infrastructure. So one of the viewers says for the roads. Oman Melissa says shutting down the infrastructure. A SoCal Mermaid says for roads, of course. So I don't know. That's an interesting report. I don't know if it's true. Yes, and this is also being reported. It's the same report by Fars State Media. If you look at the bottom there, it's the exact same report. It's quoting the same official, the deputy governor of the province where it is, saying a storage facility for asphalt near Ramshir was targeted by a missile attack from the U.S. And they say from the U.S.-backed enemy. You know, I do think that that might just be a kind of a weird translation, actually. The other translation of the other in the other state media posts said from the terrorist enemy, the United States. So I think when it says U.S.-backed enemy there, I think that might be some funky thing going on with the translation. That's my best assessment, but I'll let you know if I hear anything more. It's very possible, though, that the translation can get a little funky sometimes with some of the wordings. So that would be my guess on that. So we've heard about some explosions over the last hour, and I don't know if I'll have to see. The CENTCOM posts that they've started their attacks. They haven't posted about it yet. CENTCOM hasn't posted about it yet, but I'm guessing they'll post about it soon, and they'll claim that they'll say that they've started their attacks. Now, let me check a couple other things here. Hey, thanks, by the way, to our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now. Ruth is moderating over on YouTube. Hold on a second here. Give me a second. Give me 1 second here. I have to do one quick thing here. Okay. Ruth is moderating. Roberts Mayqueen is moderating. We also have moderating Beth Mythical on YouTube. Thank you. One Way Street is moderating. So I really appreciate all of our mods. They're all over on YouTube. On Twitch, we have moderating right now. Matthew Kohai 3 is moderating on Twitch. Thank you. Thanks to also our Facebook moderators and our X moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, and over on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body is there moderating. Thank you, Kay. Andrea Holder is there moderating. Thank you. And all of our other moderators. All right, now let's get caught up on what the latest is. So again, Iran state media is now widely reporting. Several different Iranian state media outlets have reported that a deputy governor in Khuzestan province claims that the U.S. claims that the U.S. launched a missile attack on an asphalt storage facility near the city of Ramshir. Again, I don't know if that's true. Regardless of whether it's true, if Iran believes it's true, will that be provocative for them because they'll see it as civilian infrastructure, whether or not whatever the U.S. thinks about it. So we've heard about missile strike near the city of Ava. We've heard about so far Ramshir, report of a U.S. missile attack on an asphalt storage facility near Ramshir. We've also heard about a striker strikes near Avaz, although I don't know. I mean, that's not that far from. Well, it's still about 40 miles from Ramshir. So we've heard about possibly some strikes near Avaz, and we've heard about reports of explosions around Sirik, which is down here. Saw an unconfirmed report online claiming another Iranian attack on a ship, but I have not seen that anywhere else. Oh, hold on a second. I think there's a new report from the UKMTO. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Wait one moment. Is there a new report of a ship attack? I don't see one on their site yet. I'm looking at their site. The last one, says July 20th. UKMTO recent incidents. The last one says July 20th. For some reason, I'm seeing unconfirmed claims online that they've reported another one. Now, I haven't seen that yet. Iran state television claims that they reported a new ship hit. But I don't see this from the actual UK MTO. So it's kind of strange. Iran state television is claiming that the UK MTO has reported a new incident involving a ship, off of Saudi Arabia. Oh, all right. So this would be pretty big if it happened. Okay, Iran State TV is claiming that UK MTO is reporting a ship has been attacked off the coast of Saudi Arabia, presumably by the Houthis. But I don't see that from UK MTO. That would be huge news, but I have not seen anything from UK MTO about this yet. So it's a little strange that Iran is saying that UK MTO is saying this, but it also might just be their way of saying it without taking responsibility. Okay, let me just post this here. This is a strange announcement. Oh, also, Mayor News says it as well. All right, so a strange report from Iranian state TV claiming a Saudi oil tanker has been struck after departing Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea. The report is strange because it says UK MTO is reporting this, but they aren't. Yeah, I still haven't seen it from UK MTO. Hold on a second here. Hang on. So, but has a Saudi ship been attacked by the Houthis? That would be a huge development if that happened. I cannot confirm that that's happened now. Give me a moment here. Hold on. Yeah, nothing still at UK MTO. Okay, they say, according to reports, the first Saudi oil tanker was struck by a missile approximately 70 kilometers north of the Yemeni border, is currently on fire, and had departed from Yanbu, which is on the Red Sea. All right, so again, I'm seeing, let me just see, this would be a huge development. If the Houthis really hit a Saudi oil tanker with a missile in the Red Sea, that would be an enormous development. And it seems that Iran media is suggesting this happened. Yes, and also Fars state media is also reporting on this. Iran state media Fars is also reporting on the some sources report a missile attack targeted an oil tanker near the northern border of Yemen. All right, give me a moment. So, this comes after Iranian state TV reported a Saudi oil tanker had been hit by a missile after departing a Saudi port in the Red Sea. All right, so let me show you on a map. This could be if it's true, it would be a very big story. So what we're talking about here is we're talking about the Red Sea. We're talking about, where is Yanbu here? Yanbu is there. So that's an important Saudi port on the Red Sea. So Saudi Arabia, because Iran has basically closed effectively the Strait of Hormuz, Saudi Arabia has been shipping millions of barrels a day across the country in a pipeline and ships their oil, instead of exporting it through the Strait of Hormuz, they've shifted a lot of it to exporting it out of the Red Sea. Now, Yemen is here. The Houthis in Yemen are an ally of and supported by Iran. They, in the last week or two, have had this flare-up of hostilities with Saudi Arabia. A few days ago, the Houthis said that they were imposing a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia, but it hasn't been clear if they would actually start attacking shipping. If the Houthis were to start attacking shipping in the Red Sea and also try to close off the Bab al-Mandeb Strait here, that would be a second strategic important waterway where the shipping is being restricted, which would be a bad thing for the world economy. So is it true? Two different Iranian state media outlets are claiming they are hearing reports of a oil tanker hit near Yemen. Did UKMTO say it? I was looking before. I haven't seen it on UKMTO. It's not listed yet. It says, I'm looking at recent incidents. 32 reports. The last one is the 20th of July. It's not on their website and it's not on their X feed. It's not on their X feed. This is their X feed. Look, UKMTO, July 21st, July 21st. Well, today's the 22nd. So I don't see it on UKMTO. One of the viewers says it's on UKMTO for them. All right, well, let's see. My UKMTO has not updated yet. It's not there. I've refreshed it several times. So, but maybe for some reason mine isn't updated. It's there now. It's there now. I see it now. I can see it now. New report from UKMTO. Guys, it's there. Hang on. All right, so UKMTO, let me show you this. Look at right now. Report of an attack, a report of an incident 70 nautical miles southwest of, it's right here. It's in the Red Sea. It's in the Red Sea right here. The master of a tanker reports being struck by an unknown projectile which has caused a fire. Breaking. UKMTO reports a tanker has been struck by a projectile, a tanker in the Red Sea off the coast of Saudi Arabia has been struck by a projectile and is on fire. It's right there off the coast of Saudi Arabia and in the Red Sea. Wow. Huge development right now. This looks like the Houthis might have attacked a tanker off the coast of Saudi Arabia. Huge, huge, huge development. Now let's see if they post about it is. I expect them to post on their X account soon. They have not posted it on their X account soon, but they will. Again, it looks like this is a Houthi attack on a possibly a Saudi oil tanker off the coast in the Red Sea. So are we going to see shipping stop in the Red Sea now? What's happening with oil prices? Are oil prices reacting to this news? This is a huge development. Look, oil prices now, one day, now it seems like they started going up about a half an hour ago, but it's not that much. I mean, they were at about 93.72, and they've gone up like $1.20. You see that spike right there. I don't know if that spike was because of this news coming out. I mean, the news just broke. So, but maybe it's reacting to that news. So we're going to have to keep an eye. It's over 95 now, Brent crude. It's up 3.77% on the day. But I think you might see it. Look, it's going higher now. It's going higher now. I think if this was I think it's going to go higher. I have no idea. But this news is just getting out. If it's really true that Yemen hit, that the Houthis have attacked a Saudi tanker or a tanker going from leaving Saudi Arabia. Here it is. Here is the confirmation. Right here. This is it right here. It's been posted now. Look at this. Wow. Crazy. I mean, we knew it anyway. I'm saying here it is on their X account. We already saw it on their website. So it's not that big a deal they posted on their X account. But I think for a lot of people, they won't know until they see it on the X account. Look at this off the coast of Saudi Arabia. Wow. Major breaking news. Major breaking news. We have tanker, a master of a tanker. This is a report 70 nautical miles southwest of Al Shakek, Saudi Arabia. The master of a tanker reports being struck by an unknown projectile which has caused a fire on board that the crew are currently fighting. There are no reported casualties and no environmental impact. This is huge news. Huge, huge news coming out. A tanker, an oil. Now, Iran state media claimed it was a Saudi oil tanker. We'll have to see about that. All right, hold on a moment. Let me do something here. Hang on one second here. So, wow. This is big news. This is big news. A tanker attacked off the coast of Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea. Wow. Now, there's an announcement about Yemen I'm seeing. I'm hearing about a new statement from Yemen. Hold on a second here. I'm hearing about a new statement from the Houthis. Whoa! Breaking update. Yemen military. Statement from Yemeni armed forces regarding the targeting of 2 Saudi oil tankers that violated the blockade decision in the Red Sea. Oh my gosh. Okay. New report here. Yemen military account. Statement by the Yemeni armed forces, that's the Houthis, regarding the targeting of 2 Saudi oil tankers that violated the blockade decision in the Red Sea, which resulted in a large fire breaking out on both of them and forcing 10 ships to retreat and return. Wow, look at this, guys. Look at this. This is from the Yemeni, is it the media account or the army account? Let's see here. Hold on a second. This is Yemeni, this is a Houthi military. This is a Houthi military statement. Statement by the Yemeni armed forces regarding the targeting of 2 Saudi oil tankers, they say, that violated the blockade decision in the Red Sea, which resulted in a large fire breaking out on both of them and forcing 10 ships to retreat and return. Big news. Have there been 2 attacked? Have there been 2 attacked? By the way, we're not going to understand this. It's not going to be in English.
وكان حقا علينا نصر المؤمنين صدق الله العظيم في إطار كسر الحصار الظالم والغاشم الذي يفرضه العدو السعودي على شعبنا العزيز منذ 12 عاما وتثبيتا لمعادلة الحصار بالحصار وتأكيدا على حق شعبنا العظيم في مواجهة الظلم والطغيان السعودي الأمريكي واسترداد ثرواته وحقوقه المشروعة. نفذت القوات المسلحة اليمنية عملية عسكرية نوعية استهدفت سفينتين نفطيتين سعوديتين خالفت قرار الحظر الصادر عن القوات المسلحة في البحر الأحمر إحداهما تحمل اسم.
So I have the print version of the statement. Let me translate the print version. For you. I have the print statement. Hold on a second. I got to translate it here. Give me a moment. I got to translate the print statement. Hold on a moment. What did they say? I'm getting the translation up right now. Oops. Give me one more second and I'll get the translation up for you. I need just 1 second. All right, hang on. I have not seen it yet because I haven't been able to read it yet. But I'm pulling up the translation right now. Thanks for your patience. Need to clip it here. All right, I'm clipping it now. Now I'm going to save it. Okay, that's saved. Now I have to translate it. Now I can see it. Okay, I have it right here. This is the statement from the Houthis. In the context of breaking the unjust and oppressive siege imposed by the Saudi enemy on our dear people for 12 years and to establish the equation of siege for siege and to affirm the right of our guest people to confront Saudi American injustice and tyranny, to reclaim their wealth and legitimate rights, the Yemeni armed forces, the Houthis, right? Hold on a second. Yes, the Houthis carried out a qualitative military operation targeting 2 Saudi oil tankers. Issued by the armed forces of the Red Sea. One of them is named Insela and the other is Layla. The operation was carried out with a number of ballistic and cruise missiles and drones. The strikes were precise, thanks to God's grace and assistance, and caused a large fire on both vessels, thanks to God. Wow. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. Oops, so hang on a second. Give me one moment. Houthi statement announcing they attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea with missiles and drones, causing a large fire on both vessels, they say. Hang on. Okay, so again, this is the Houthis. They say, in the context of breaking the unjust and oppressive siege imposed by the Saudi enemy on our dear people for 12 years, and to establish the equation of siege for siege, and to affirm the right of our great people to confront Saudi American injustice and tyranny and to reclaim their wealth and legitimate rights, the Yemeni armed forces, the Houthis, carried out a qualitative military operation targeting 2 Saudi oil tankers that violated the embargo issued by the Houthis in the Red Sea. One of them is named Insela and the other Layla. I'll have to check marine traffic. The operation was carried out with a number of ballistic and cruise missiles and drones. The strikes were precise, thanks to God's grace and assistance, and caused a large fire on both vessels, thanks to God. In the same context, the Houthis armed forces forced approximately 10 ships to retreat and return. The armed forces will continue their naval operations against the Saudi enemy and are continuing to impose the equation of siege for siege. They affirm to the Saudi enemy that any folly or aggression targeting the Houthis, targeting Yemen, will be met with large-scale operations deep within Saudi territory, and the consequences will be dire for it by God's will and power. The armed forces salute the sons of our great people for their honorable emergence in the squares and arenas, and assure them of the continued efforts to restore their rights and lift the siege upon them by God's will. That's the bottom part there, which you can't see. So Houthis say they attacked 2 Saudi tankers in Red Sea. One is confirmed. Wow. Wow. Huge news. The Iran-backed Houthis. Here is oil Brent crude 95.30. It was in the high 93s, and then I think because of this news, probably it started going up. This is from TradingView.com right here, TradingView.com. So it's jumped from about high 93s to 95.30, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to go up more. This is another key waterway, the Red Sea, which now looks like it's being impacted by military attacks on ships. Wow. Big, big story. Huge development. Now let's see if we can find on marine traffic here these ships. Well, I think there's numerous Laylas. I found the Layla. I don't know which one is the one that's been confirmed to have been hit by UKMTO. So let me show you this here. This is marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. It says the Layla, crude oil tanker, flag of Saudi Arabia. But the last position was received 5 days ago. So vessel is out of range. So we don't have an accurate, the last position was from 5 days ago. It was in the Red Sea. So I don't know. Again, that's July 16th. So I don't have a recent tracking of that. And then the other one they said was the Ensala. And that doesn't even seem to come up. It must be a different spelling than the one the Houthis are using. Wow. So again, this is a really big development. The Houthis say they have attacked 2 Saudi tankers in the Red Sea, and one of those attacks appears to be confirmed by the UKMTO. The Houthis, the UKMTO announced that, as you can see right here, hang on. Wow. This is in the Red Sea. This is not the Strait of Hormuz. It's on the other side of Saudi Arabia. This is how the Saudi Arabia ships out, I believe, most of their oil now is through the Red Sea. Most, if not all of it, shipping out to the Red Sea. Well, you can see the master of a tanker reports being struck by an unknown projectile which has caused a fire on board that the crew are currently fighting. No reported casualties and no environmental impact. And wow. Now, a quick thank you, by the way, to, sorry, I'm way behind on thanking people. Least Trustworthy Weasel, Nina Drew, Wendy Cookie WM, thanks for being a member. Kevin Borman, thank you. Kevin claims that the U.S. is attacking with ATACMS missiles from Kuwait. I haven't heard that specifically, Kevin, but I'll look out for reports. Skywalker, thank you. Jeff Buddington, PVC Swede, thank you. Krupt Mins, no, there's no reports yet that the U.S. has attacked Pickaxe Mountain. I'm sure if that happens, it'll make a lot of news and President Trump will have an announcement about it. But we haven't heard anything about that. I am Charlie, thank you. President Trump said yesterday the U.S. is going to do that soon. I am Charlie, thank you. GT500, who says, I feel that the Red Sea strike is a huge deal and will expand the fighting. Will we see U.S. attacks on the Houthis now? Man for some markets? No, man for some markets, these futures are open right now. The WTI crude, you can see up here, they are temporarily closed. And during the day, there are breaks. I think there's one break for the WTI and one break for Brent crude. But you can see here, right up here where my pointer is, market open, Brent crude, market closed, WTI crude. So the WTI, this is going to go up when it opens up again. That's American WTI crude. But TradingView says that the this one is open, according to TradingView, the Brent crude oil one. I think they turn off at different times. They take their break at different times. Or maybe there's some overlap. But again, according to TradingView.com, and this is the price is changing here. They say that the Brent crude market is open right now, but temporarily closed the WTI crude market. They take a break around this time every day, I believe, the days that they're open. So, but that one is open right now, according to TradingView.com. Thank you so much, man, for some markets. I am Charlie. Thank you. And also, it's Cosmic Pulse, Rez J.R. Prod, who says that Sana'a, the Houthi capital in Yemen, is full of terrorists in hiding. I did a documentary with Al Jazeera, and my boss said it was scary during the interview there. That's what Rez Jr. Prod says. Thanks, Thomas P0419, for the memberships. I really appreciate it. Thanks to our members, the Moom22, OG Wendy MD, It's Cosmic Pulse, who thinks this is a major escalation. And also thank you to... hang on a second here. ATX James for subscribing on Twitch. Andy and Austin for your support on Twitch. Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. Jimbo Slice and Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. And also Andy and Austin for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you for all of your support. All right, let's try to get you some updates. Big news. Will the UKMTO end up reporting on a second oil tanker? We've heard about one. We've heard about one. So the UKMTO has confirmed that one tanker has been attacked in the Strait, in the Red Sea, and oh, by the way, Shin mentioned a different spelling. I found the other tanker, I think. Okay, this is, I think, the other tanker. So I was looking up Encella, but Shin said the spelling is Encelia. And that is the Encelia tanker. Hold on. Encelia is an oil products tanker. It flies under the flag of Saudi Arabia. The last, you can see this is the last day or so of tracking there. And it right now came to a halt there. Well, is it at a halt or did it just stop? Let's see here. What does it say? It says it's there. Give me a second here. Navigational status not under command. Position received 9 minutes ago. Again, navigational status not under command. Position received 9 minutes ago. The other one, they said they hit the Layla, hasn't been tracked. It's not currently available on the current tracking. So very big news coming out of the Red Sea. I need a second here. Where is this? Brent crude is now up to 95.61. It has gone up about $2 since, yes, less than an hour ago, 48 minutes ago, it was at 93.68. Now it is at 95.61. That is from TradingView.com. Big news. All right, let's see what other updates we have for you. But this is huge news. Now, I just want to update you that about half an hour ago, Vahid reported he was getting reports of 2 explosions in Bushehr, in the city of Bushehr. That was about a half hour ago. So about an hour and a half ago, we heard about several reports of explosions in Iran, and we'll get caught up with that. I don't know that CENTCOM has announced the start of strikes tonight, though. No, CENTCOM has not announced the official start of strikes, but there's been this huge new development happening, and let me just sum up again what's going on, because it's, I think, so important. So remember, there's the Strait of Hormuz, which is here, which is what Iran has been effectively closing for the last several months. That's a key waterway where a large fraction of the world's oil had passed, I think about a fifth, before Iran effectively closed it. Well, another key shipping area is the Red Sea and the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which is down here. The Houthis are in northern Yemen. They do not get along with Saudi Arabia. And in the last couple of weeks, this several years long truce was broken, and the Houthis and Saudi Arabia, well, there was some exchange of fire, which the Houthis blamed Saudi Arabia for bombing an airport in Yemen, and then the Houthis bombed an airport in Saudi Arabia. And the Houthis declared a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia. But they had not acted on it yet, as far as we could tell. But today they claim to have targeted 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea, and UKMTO confirms that one tanker in the Red Sea off the coast of Saudi Arabia is on fire after being struck by a projectile. So, now, I know that some ships can go through the Suez Canal up here, but a lot of shipping goes out through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. But will Saudi Arabia be able to ship? Are ships going to want to? Saudi Arabia basically stopped shipping oil through the Strait of Hormuz and started sending oil across in a pipeline to Yanbu, and they were shipping it out through the Red Sea, millions of barrels a day. But can Saudi Arabia ship its oil out now if the Houthis are going to be attacking Saudi tankers? And if Saudi Arabia can't ship its oil out, well, that's going to take a bunch of oil off the market. And, one of our viewers says, I don't know how it goes to Asia. Right. If you're a ship, let me just show you here. If you're a ship and you are trying to get over to, say, Asia, right, and you go, or wherever you might go, but just for the sake of argument, it's the sake of showing you, if you're a ship and you start off here and you're going through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait and then you're going this way, well, if you have to go through the Suez Canal instead, if you can make it through there, well, look what you have to do. I think it's 2,700 extra miles all the way around Africa to get to the same place. And how is this going to impact other ships that are maybe not carrying Saudi oil, but are they going to want to go through the Red Sea while ships are getting attacked in the Red Sea? I don't know. All right, now hang with me for a second here. It's a really big story. It's really big. It's really important. So, in an article today, Reuters says millions of barrels per day of Saudi oil have been heading to the kingdom's Red Sea port of Yanbu to avoid the Strait of Hormuz. If shipments cannot pass through the Red Sea southern strait, they have only the northern route through the Suez Canal, which adds weeks to the journey and significantly raises freight and transit costs. Meanwhile, the Houthi threat to impose a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea, which is no longer just a threat apparently, could significantly widen the war and strain a U.S. military already focused on stopping Tehran's attacks across the region, current and former U.S. officials said. Also, hey, I think Kuwait is defending attacks from attacks right now. Hold on a moment. I just saw an announcement from Kuwait. Yes, Kuwait Army news update. Kuwait says the Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting attacks by hostile drones following the sinful Iranian aggression. Drone attack in Kuwait going on right now. And Kuwait is trying to shoot down these Iranian drones. Roger Shoemaker says, what a mess. Wow, there's a lot going on today, but huge development in the Red Sea. By the way, I'll say again, there's a bunch of times when Iran state media posts and it's about things that I don't rely on. If Iran state media claims that they, for example, sunk a U.S. ship, I'm going to be skeptical of that. But sometimes people say, why are you looking at Iranian state media? Well, where did we hear first before anyone else? The first I'm aware of it, that anyone was talking about a ship being attacked in the Red Sea was Iranian state media. So for certain things, they do seem to be more reliable than others. Again, I don't take all of their statements at face value, but for something like that, that's the kind of thing where if they say there's attacks on ships, a lot of times it turns out that it's true, and they're just giving, and they're not. I would think they have more information than they're reporting. Now, they'll say like some other source says this, but they had. I mean, that was early, so. That's why that's a big reason to look, because you hear things. Now I want to keep checking the UK MTO site, and we'll see if they report about a second tanker. So Kuwait is under Iranian drone attack right now. Sirens in Kuwait. Update, Iran, after Vahid, who I follow, reported about 45 minutes ago that there were people reported to him that there was explosions. There were a couple explosions heard in Bushehr city. Iran state TV says that the Bushehr governor says a location in the center of Bushehr province was struck by a missile fired by the American enemy. So local governor saying there was a attack in Bushehr province. And let me actually show you this from Fars state media here. This was a report from Fars, not there, this one. This was about a half an hour ago or so, where they said a few minutes ago, residents of Bushehr reported hearing 2 explosions in the vicinity of the city. Now the governor of Bushehr says that there was a missile attack somewhere in Bushehr province. Yes, right here. Governor, an area in Bushehr was attacked. The governor of Bushehr, Iran, in a statement to Mehr news agency said early Thursday morning an area in Bushehr was targeted by an attack from the American enemy, and so far there have been no reports of casualties. Oh, did CENTCOM announce it? Viewers said CENTCOM said that there are new U.S. strikes. Yes, new U.S. strikes, guys. CENTCOM makes it official. Here we go. At 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time today, U.S. forces began launching more strikes against Iranian military targets at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. The mission will continue to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten civilian mariners and commercial vessels transiting regional waters. All right, give me a moment here. I need to fix something. They said it started about 36 minutes ago. Give me 1 second here. I have to just update the description. So give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm just about done updating the description. All right, we're back. We are back. Thanks for your patience. When the strikes start, I have to update the title a couple places. So I just am updating that. And so CENTCOM has confirmed that, as we expected, they have started the 12th night of strikes. It's 12th straight night of strikes on Iran. And in case you're just joining us, the Houthis say, Iran-backed Houthis say they have struck 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. UK MTO confirms that 1 tanker has been hit in the Red Sea, and I'm assuming that that's one of the 2 that the Houthis said they hit. And the Houthis claim that they have made 10 ships in the Red Sea turn around. They are blockading. They say they are imposing a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea. Yes, as one of our viewers said, I'm trying to find this here. No confirmation, no statement from the U.S. government about this report of the Houthis attacking Saudi tankers in the Red Sea. But believe me, that is something they're going to be really focused on, because that's a huge deal, and potentially huge economic deal. Now, the Brent crude market is closed for a bit right now. So they're taking a break. I don't know if it's like an hour or 2 hours or something. So Brent crude, you can see here on tradingview.com. Around an hour ago, it was like around 93.60 or 93.70. And then it went up, I'm guessing on this news of the tanker of the Houthis claiming to have struck tankers in the Red Sea. It went up to 95.49. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes up more, but we'll see. That news is just breaking. Oh, look here though. Look at that. See, that's what happened when this Houthi news came out. See what happened there? When this Houthi news came out, the WTI market, U.S. crude, was temporarily closed. Look what happened when it opened again. It jumped right from 86.47 to around 88.19. That's U.S. crude. But you see that this is a 5-day chart right here. So the market just opened. It's listed as the new trading day on TradingView. But basically, it jumped up little less than $2. Must be on that news. That's WTI crude. That's U.S. crude. Now, one of our viewers, Harry, says oil super tankers cannot go through the Suez Canal. I'd like to read more about that. Okay, Al Jazeera says that most of the exports from Saudi Arabia's Yanbu port on the Red Sea are loaded onto very large crude carriers. But fully laden very large crude carriers cannot pass through the Suez Canal because they sit too deep in the water. That's from Al Jazeera. And they say that, give me a moment here. Just give me 1 second here. So Al Jazeera says that again, that most of the oil that's loaded in Saudi's Yanbu port on the Red Sea is loaded onto very, very large crude carriers. And fully laden very large crude carriers can't go through the Suez Canal because they sit too deep in the water. And they say that instead operators would either have to transfer part of the cargo before reaching the canal or switch to smaller tankers. Both options would add time and costs. Okay. That is from an Al Jazeera article. You can read the article. It's called Can the Suez Save Asian Oil Consumers After Houthis Shut Bab al-Mandeb? Now, the Houthis haven't, they've said they're putting Iran under a naval blockade, but they haven't physically shut it or anything. So we'll have to see, if ships stop going through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait and a lot of ships stop using the Red Sea. I don't know for shipping. But the southern end, where the Bab al-Mandeb Strait is, that's near Yemen and the Houthis. All right, let's get you some updates here. Give me just a moment here. I just wanted to post something. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate your patience. Okay, let's get more updates here. Again, the U.S. says it has begun strikes again on Iran for a 12th straight night. Meanwhile, Kuwait a short while ago said they were trying to shoot down Iranian drones. Oh, I just saw something maybe about a new explosions in Iran. Let's see here. Also, how does Saudi Arabia now? How does Saudi Arabia respond to the Houthis attacking Saudi tankers in the Red Sea? What is Saudi Arabia going to do? Are they going to start launching missiles at the Houthis? Are we going to see more fighting in that part of the Middle East? Brolos thinks Saudi Arabia needs to fight back. We'll have to see if President Trump. Now, interestingly, we'll have to see if President Trump posts tonight about the Red Sea. I do want to mention this. President Trump did post this today, and he said from this point forward, anytime Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the U.S. will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, I can't imagine that Iran is going to stop attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz. They've been doing it, well, for months, but they've done a number in the last couple weeks. So also, after President Trump issued this statement, there were a lot of statements from Iranian officials, Iranian military, Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Iranian state media threatening the U.S. with escalation if the U.S. attacks infrastructure in Iran. So all this aside, a question now is, so How does this apply if the Houthis are attacking, if the Iran-supported Houthis are attacking ships in the Red Sea? Because this doesn't talk about the Houthis attacking ships in the Red Sea. Also remember that last week President Trump said, that all of the Iranian, that this week, all of Iran's power plants and bridges would be destroyed unless Iran sat down at the table and negotiated. I remember him saying that last week. So I don't know where we're at with that. But another threat from President Trump today. Tariffed, our viewer says, it already escalated. If Trump doesn't destroy all power plants, he should resign and make place for a leader. Claudia thinks Trump has not the capacity to strike the Houthis at the moment. He will simply ignore these strikes since they are bad news. I mean, surely the U.S. can, if they want, attack the Houthis. Although maybe you mean that with the U.S. militarily involved already in the Iran war, that they're not going to want to divert resources to start attacking the Houthis. I don't know. I do wonder, are we going to hear about a second ship attacked from UKMTO? Because the Houthis said that there's 2 ships on fire. The UKMTO has reported on one of them. So will we hear about a second one? Now, thanks to Dodo Bird for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, New Yorker, for your support on Twitch. Oh, you know what? I'm a little behind over there. Give me a moment. Thanks to ATX James for subscribing on Twitch. Hey, thanks to Jenny H444 for your support. I really appreciate that, Jenny. Thanks for the note. Thanks Dig Beans for being a member. Sean53 for being a member. Flower Cat, thank you. Temi Dank, thank you, Temi Dank. Fiona CD. Mr. Eric B, who says too much going on. Just Facts. Just Facts says Trump saw everything playing out far ahead of everyone else. This is all his plan. It will end swiftly. That's what Just Facts says. Thank you, Soulfly8. Thank you, Friendsifine, for being a member. Thanks to Kirk Cool Gavin. Donna Simmons says there are also Somali pirates on the other end. Yeah, there are Somali pirates, and once in a while I feel like we hear about activity from them. But it's not believed that they're not. There's Somalia right there. So I'm not aware of any kind of new of connection between that threat specifically and the Iran war. I haven't heard of that. These are not. It's not believed that Somali pirates, attack these ships in the Red Sea. But yes, you are right that there is some ongoing threat of Somali pirates in the region. Thank you, Donna, for writing in. You can read about that, for example, on Wikipedia. Piracy occurs in the Gulf of Aden, Guardafui Channel, and Indian Ocean, in Somali territorial waters and other surrounding places, and has a long troubled history with different perspectives from different communities. I am not an expert on Somali piracy. There's an article you can read at War on the Rocks, which from July 8th of this year, which says there have been numerous recent pirate attacks, including the hijacking of 3 merchant vessels off the Horn of Africa. And then BBC had an article 5 days ago. Second tanker in 3 months hijacked off Yemen by suspected Somali pirates. But again, that's not believed to be what's involved with these Saudi tankers. Give me a quick moment here. It's funny, I don't even see. Oh, hold on a second. So Bloomberg, I was going to look at some of these financial sites and see if they were talking about the Houthis. So Bloomberg is reporting on the Houthis, saying they attacked 2 Saudi tankers in the Red Sea. Oil tankers, by the way. And Bloomberg talks about how that the Red Sea has been a vital workaround for crude oil exports that can't go through the Strait of Hormuz. Especially Saudi Arabia has been shipping, again, oil across the country and sending it out through the Red Sea. That's an early article from Bloomberg. There's not much. Let's see here. I assume they'll have more coverage later. It's not even on the web page, not even on the front page yet of the of Wall Street Journal, but it will be. It's gonna be big news. This whole Red Sea thing. Let's see if we have more updates here. Now, Vahid mentions that when we came on the air, there were a bunch of attacks reported, but a number of those were before, I believe, before 5:30 Eastern time, which is when CENTCOM started conducting their strikes. So Vahid was wondering, could another country have carried out some attacks tonight on Iran? I don't know. I mean, a couple of those reports in Iranian state media earlier on seemed to have language saying something like a U.S.-backed enemy, but it wasn't unclear. It was unclear if that was a good translation or not. So I mean, could anyone else have carried out attacks on Iran tonight? I have no idea. In case you missed it, I want to just show you again this what the Houthis announced. The Houthi statement. This is the Houthi statement. In the context of breaking the unjust and oppressive siege imposed by the Saudi enemy on our dear people for 12 years, and to establish the equation of siege for siege, and to affirm the right of our great people to confront Saudi American injustice and tyranny, and to reclaim their wealth and to reclaim their wealth and legitimate rights, the Yemeni armed forces, the Houthis, carried out a qualitative military operation targeting 2 Saudi oil tankers that violated the new Houthi embargo issued by the Houthis in the Red Sea. One of them, the Incella, I think it might be the Incelia, and the other the Layla. The operation was carried out with a number of ballistic missiles and drones. The strikes were precise, thanks to God's grace and assistance, and caused a large fire on both vessels, thanks to God. The Houthis say. In the same context, the Yemeni armed forces, the Houthis, forced approximately 10 ships to retreat and return. The armed forces will continue their naval operations against the Saudi enemy and are continuing to impose the equation of siege for siege. They affirm to the Saudi enemy that any folly or aggression targeting our country will be met with large-scale operations deep within Saudi territory. Remember, they're next to each other. And the consequences will be dire for it by God's will and power. So things are intensifying between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis. The Houthis in the northern part of Yemen. There's Saudi Arabia. There's the Red Sea. There's Iran. Wow. Hey, God is on Vacation gave 50 people memberships. Wow, that is very nice of you. God is on Vacation. Very generous of you. 50 people got memberships in YouTube. Please say thanks if you got a membership from God is on Vacation to God is on Vacation, or someone else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Very kind of you. Thank you. Also, Steve Otten gave 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Steve Otten. I really appreciate that. And Toka gave 5 memberships too over there on YouTube. Thank you. Also, Ellen H5I, big thanks. Jenny H444, thanks as well. Mr. Mac thinks Houthis are going to get squashed like a bug. These are huge developments. What's going to happen to the price of oil? Oh, now I will say this, that to give you a little background on this Red Sea situation, I mean, this is an article from a couple days ago when it says Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthis say they will block Saudi shipping at Red Sea Gateway. On Monday, the Houthis had announced they were imposing a maritime embargo against Saudi Arabia in retaliation for a blockade on Yemen in a recent attack they blamed on Saudi Arabia on an attack on the Sana'a International Airport, which threatens another vital waterway for global shipping and raising fears of renewed conflict. You can see here, Saudi Arabia already faced pressure as it uses its east-west pipeline to the Red Sea as an alternative to the Strait of Hormuz, which remains in the grip of Iran. The Saudis have been sending millions of barrels of crude oil a day through the pipeline. Now about 2.5 million barrels a day of oil could be at risk, said Texas-based Rystad Energy Monday, because they ship it out through the Red Sea. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. We have been talking about this Houthi threat for days now. Nothing new yet about any report of a second tanker from the UK MTO. Keeping an eye on that. Oh, here's something. Now, this is interesting. This is an article from today. But before the Houthis announced that they had started attacking Saudi tankers in the Red Sea, analysis: Houthi Red Sea threat would challenge a stretched U.S. military. Reuters says a Houthi threat to impose a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea could significantly widen the war and strain a U.S. military already focused on stopping Iran's attacks across the region, current and former U.S. officials said. Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthis said on Monday they would not allow ships to load or unload at Saudi ports, and today they say they've attacked 2 different Saudi tankers, potentially blocking Saudi oil exports and choking off an additional 7% of global oil supply that I guess passes through the Red Sea. Trump suggested yesterday that a move by the Houthis to obstruct shipping in the Red Sea, a vital corridor for global trade, could draw the U.S. in. We heard him say this last night when we were listening to this. We were listening to what he said yesterday. Trump said, if something like that happens, we'll take care of it. We've done that with the Houthis before, he said. For the U.S. military, it may not be so simple, says Reuters. The Houthis have earned a reputation as hardened, nimble fighters who have successfully resisted earlier Saudi and U.S. bombing campaigns. Taking them on would mean stretching American resources already focused on fighting Iran and maintaining the U.S.'s own blockade of Iranian ports in the Gulf. Jason Campbell, a former senior Pentagon official, said, you're bifurcating, you're splitting your admittedly fairly robust resources in the region between 2 active fronts. Campbell, now with the Middle East Institute, added that addressing the Red Sea threat could mean shifting U.S. warships from the Gulf closer to Yemen to allow the military to carry out operations against the militants and defend against Houthi missiles. The possible entry of the Houthis into the conflict, again, this article was written before the news that the Houthis had started attacking Saudi tankers. The possible entry of the Houthis into the conflict is another example of how the war, first pitched by Trump as a focused bombing campaign that would trigger Iran's surrender, continues to evolve. They say, Reuters says it's worsening a political headache for the U.S. president. And if U.S. Navy vessels and aircraft have to start shooting down Houthi drones and missiles, it could also worsen what experts have warned are diminished stockpiles of U.S. munitions and air defense interceptors, Reuters said. The Pentagon said the U.S. military has everything it needs to execute at the time and the place of the president's choosing. I'm going to read a little more of this. It's quite interesting from Reuters. The Houthis have been remarkably resilient through years of bombing by a Saudi-led Arab coalition, which tried unsuccessfully to crush the mountain fighters who are the de facto authority over much of Yemen, and also more recent intense U.S. bombing campaigns of the Houthis. Michael Mulroy, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East during Trump's first term, said the Houthis have proven many times in the past that they have the ability and willingness to obstruct maritime traffic in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Under the Biden administration, the U.S. conducted airstrikes against Houthi targets in an effort to keep open the crucial Red Sea trading route. Trump intensified that effort last year, bombing the Houthis who had been firing at U.S. warships and commercial vessels off of Yemen's coast. Experts believe neither U.S. campaign extended the group's ability to threaten shipping. But last year's 2 months action did demand significant U.S. firepower, including 2 aircraft carriers, other warships, fighter jets, and strategic aircraft such as the B-2 bombers. While the U.S. military is the best funded in the world, it still faces resource constraints, officials say, with many of the systems likely needed for Yemen currently being used in the war in Iran. One official noted, we're pretty busy already, noting that some warships had spent longer than usual at sea because of the high tempo of operations, first in the Caribbean, then now in the Middle East. Longer than expected deployments wear on service members. Ships eventually need to return to port for maintenance. Excuse me. Mark Kansian, a retired U.S. Marine officer at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, agreed a second front in the Red Sea would stress U.S. naval forces. But he added the Houthis would face their own challenges getting resupplied, given the ongoing blockade of Iran, which has been their main supporter. Interesting. Maybe we'll do a poll question. Will the U.S. attack the Houthis now? That's our poll question. That is our poll question. Will the U.S. attack the Houthis now? Texas Frontier labels that article from Reuters. Texas Frontier says it's lefty propaganda. That's what Texas Frontier about the article. Lefty propaganda. Let me finish the poll here. All right, I'm just finishing putting up the poll to see what you guys say. Will the U.S. attack the Houthis now? Now that the Houthis have started apparently attacking Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. All right, here is you thinking about the poll. You're thinking about it. You are thinking about it. Okay, I gotta put it on the screen. Oh, I didn't. All right, I activated it on Facebook. It wasn't active on Facebook. All right, let's see now what you guys said about the poll question. Let's see here. Will the U.S. attack the Houthis now that they have started attacking ships in the Red Sea? Look at this on YouTube. It is 69% say yes on YouTube. Let me do this. I need a second here. Hold on. I'm going to put up on the screen the Twitch results right now, too. On Facebook, 95% said yes on Facebook. Wow. Over on Twitch, let's get the Twitch results on the screen for you. 78% on Twitch say yes, and 70% on YouTube say yes. I got to thank some more people, too, for memberships. Hey, I see here, oops, I'll thank the memberships people in a second, but I got to have the poll up. I owe some people thanks for memberships. Give me 1 second and I'll give some thanks. Actually, give me a second here. Warren says another forever war coming. That's what our viewer Warren said. Hey, huge thanks to 86 GOP Forever. 86 gave 50 people memberships. 50. That's from 86 GOP Forever. Thank you so much, 86. Please thank 86 if you got memberships from 86. And Louis R. gave 50 people memberships. Oh my gosh, that's 53 different people. And remember, God is on vacation gave 50 as well. So lots of new people getting memberships. Please say thanks to Louis R. or 86, or God is on vacation if you got a membership from them, or thank somebody else if you got a membership from them. Let me thank some other people. I'm going to wrap up the poll. So the majority of you think that the U.S. will attack the Houthis now. So the U.S. will be doing attacks on the Houthis and Iran at the same time? Wow. On Facebook, by the way, the poll was on Facebook, 82% said yes over there. Hey, thank you, Martin Ging, who says, I think we will see some Gulf states assist the USA. Thank you, Martin Ging, for your support. Thanks, Just Joanne. Do you think they hit the Saudis because of the U.S. nuclear deal? No. I think it has nothing to do with it. This U.S. nuclear deal, news of this started coming out last night. We talked about it last night. Without going too far down that road right now, basically there's reporting that President Trump is wants to do a 30-year nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia to help them develop civilian nuclear power, but without certain safeguards, which in theory could be put into place on them to keep them from transitioning from civilian nuclear to manufacturing nuclear weapons. So anyways, we can talk about that later. But that news just came out last night. This escalation between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis has already been underway for a week or two. I mean, the Houthis fired at an airport in Saudi Arabia several days ago after they said that Saudi Arabia struck a Houthi airport. So I think it's just two different things right now. Thank you so much, though, to Just Joanne for your support. Also, thanks to Toka for the memberships. And also Walker AMC. I haven't checked in the last few minutes, Walker. I have not heard any new reports of the U.S. hitting a power plant. I've heard nothing about that today. If I hear about it, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Walker AMC. Thanks, Professor Haywood, for your support. Thanks, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says there are other sources that are not so doom and gloom as Reuters. The U.S. and IDF, of course, had contingency plans for this scenario. Maybe get another opinion than Reuters. I mean, I think the Reuters wasn't so much doom and gloom. What it was saying is it quoted several experts who thought that the U.S. military could be stretched because they already had so many resources that have been involved in the Iran war. I mean, I don't know that's so doom and gloom. And the people they talked to were like a former senior Pentagon official. One of the people they interviewed was, where is it here? Michael Mulroy, former deputy assistant secretary of defense for the Middle East during Trump's first term. So, I mean, now maybe you might say, some other experts might say, no, it's not going to be a problem. But, I mean, I don't think it's crazy to think that there might be an issue with resources, limited resources, when we already have, given the huge war effort that's going on. The articles didn't say, and also, I mean, it's just true that the U.S. has carried out under Biden and under Trump attacks on the Houthis, and Israel has as well, and it hasn't stopped the Houthis from attacking shipping. So I don't know that I don't particularly see this article as super doom and gloom or super negative. You might think that there's the chance that it's not as big of a deal in terms of splitting resources up, and I understand that. That's fine, but I just want to make clear that article doesn't strike me as some extreme position that it's taking. I think the two basic things it was saying is that the Houthis have shown themselves to be resilient, and also that the U.S. could face resource limitations if it's carrying out strikes on the Houthis, at a military campaign against the Houthis, at the same time as conducting this war in Iran. But I'll be on the lookout for other analysis. If I find other analysis that I think is interesting, I'll certainly let you know. And thank you, Crazy Yoda. I appreciate the comment, and I, of course, appreciate your support. Thank you. All right, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Looking for more updates from Iran and also the Middle East. I haven't really heard of new strikes in Iran since basically the U.S. said they started their strikes. We have not heard about many strikes in Iran. I don't know that I've heard of any since they made the announcement. We heard of some before the announcement. I do wonder if President Trump's going to post something about the Houthis. By the way, the Wall Street Journal reports today that the U.S. is surging forces, medics, and weaponry to the Middle East to give Trump more muscular military options as he considers expanding the conflict against Iran. The Wall Street Journal says in the past week, special operations forces have deployed to the region. More jet fighters have been staged. Bomber aircraft are on high alert. More than 150 medics have arrived in Germany in recent days. Wow. They say that all this is the latest indication that Trump is considering an escalation of the war. Give me a moment here. So again, just to mention some of those things that the Wall Street Journal is reporting today. So the Wall Street Journal again is saying that the U.S. is surging forces to the Middle East to give Trump more muscular military options. They point out, they say that special operations forces have deployed to the region from the U.S. in the past week. They talk about, and we've seen other reports of this, how more jet fighters, they say how jet fighters have been staged across the Middle East. Bomber aircraft in the U.S. and U.K. have been put on high alert. And they also say more than 150 medics have arrived at the medical center in Germany, a hospital that's the primary location for treating troops injured in fighting in the Middle East, okay? So the Wall Street Journal is reporting that more than 150 medics have arrived at the hospital in Germany. That's the primary hospital to treat U.S. combat injuries in the Middle East. Brass Monkey thinks ground invasion. Yes, Landstuhl, as Michelle Bailey said. Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, they say. Meshuggah says, is that prep for a ground invasion? All right, give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Again, haven't heard much about U.S. strikes since they made their announcement that they had started strikes at 5:30 Eastern Time. Haven't heard much new. Oops, hold on. I think I have to take a drink here, first of all. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Hang on. Where's our map? So, waiting to get some more news. We have heard from the UK MTO that one Saudi tanker, well, they said one tanker has been hit by a projectile in the Red Sea off the coast of Saudi Arabia. The Houthis said they attacked 2 Saudi tankers. UK MTO said the tanker they're talking about is on fire. The Houthis said they set 2 tankers on fire with, they said they fired missiles and drones at the tankers. So we're waiting to hear if the UK MTO mentions a second tanker. Lowell thinks the Saudis are going to start losing their blank on Yemen. I am certainly very quite interested in seeing if the Saudis launch some kind of military strikes on the Houthis. But remember, Yemen is next to Saudi Arabia. The Houthis border on Saudi Arabia. So, and the Houthis in their last announcement said that if Saudis start attacking them, they're going to carry out attacks on Saudi Arabia. Someone just asked about the oil price site. That is tradingview.com, tradingview.com. Currently, the Brent crude market is temporarily closed, I think, for an hour or two. This is WTI crude. It is up. I mean, it just opened for the day. It closes for like an hour or two late, I think around before 6 p.m. So it just opened back up. But if you look at the 5-day chart here, that's the 5-day chart. Actually, let me show you the 6-month chart. That's more helpful. So before the war, WTI US crude was around 65 or so, 66. When the war happened, it went way up. It went over 100. At one point, it went up over 110. When the memorandum of understanding happened, there was all this talk about negotiations. It got back down to, the 60s, 67, 68. That's about 2.5 weeks ago. July 26th, 68.30. Well, since then, it has gone up about 30%. Since about 2.5 weeks ago, it's up about 30%, and it's now at roughly 88 again. That's tradingview.com. Brent crude is currently 95.49, but we'll see what happens when that market opens again in a little bit. Give me just a moment here. This Houthis news, it's very big news, and it's still not really even reported that much. So I want to keep an eye on this. Hey, by the way, huge thanks to Tormented Tantalus, who says, still waiting for my weekly reset for gifting memberships. No problem. Tormented Tantalus says, just because Trump is silent on Yemen doesn't mean he will say something. It can't be a coincidence. The Houthis are only targeting Saudi ships and not ours or Israel's. That's what Tormented Tantalus says. We'll have to see what Trump says or does about the Houthi situation. I mean, he's not going to like the Iranian-supported Houthis worsening the oil situation, I don't think. Thank you, Tormented Tantalus. I really appreciate it. Very generous of you. Thank you. Also, Kerry Poteet, thank you. Kerry says big doings. Thanks, E1991M, who says, I think it means they're keeping the option open and they want to be ready. Doesn't mean it's the main plan. Are you talking about the U.S. keeping the option open to attack the Houthis? Is that what you're saying? If I'm getting that right, E1991M, thank you so much for your support. Oh, I think what you're saying is, hold on. I think what E1991M is saying is that, the Wall Street Journal was reporting that all these resources are being sent to the Middle East recently by the U.S. E1991M thinks that's because the U.S. is keeping their options open and they want to be ready. Doesn't mean that an escalation is the main plan. That's what E1991M thinks, I think. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says Germany seems like quite a distance for something like that, though. I don't know, Lidwine Elizabeth. I'm sure there are reasons for it. Why is Germany up here why is a medical center in Germany the main place where patients are evacuated from combat injuries in the Middle East? So I'm sure there are some facilities in the Middle East, right? But this, I'm sure this is, I would assume the place in Germany is maybe for more serious injuries, because clearly the U.S. would have medical resources in the Middle East. But as to why Germany, I mean, I would have to go, I'm guessing strong ally, for example. I mean, So, but it's a good question as to why there as opposed to other places. So I cannot answer that for you. But I'm sure it's not random that that is where their hospital is, where they take a lot of the injuries from the Middle East. Now, Shake and Bake says maybe main flight hub connecting to U.S. flights from that area. That's an interesting theory, you know. So again, I don't know, but I'm sure there's reasoning for it. Xylee thinks it's specialized trauma hospital and direct link to U.S. if needed. CC believes it's always been Germany. Anyways, it's an interesting question, though. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, for your support. But I'm sure the U.S. has lots of military resources in the Middle East. Medical resources. Wikipedia says that Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, they say, Wikipedia is the largest American hospital outside the United States. It's an American hospital. It's a level 2 trauma center. It has 65 beds and is the largest American hospital outside the U.S. It was established in 1951. But it's a U.S. Army post. It's a U.S. Army post. Yeah, it says 65 beds in a level 2 trauma center. That's what it says. Allison says that's it. I hear what you're saying, but I'm looking up level 2 trauma center. The Trauma Center Association of America says level 2. I don't want to, I can't quickly determine here. I'd have to do a whole research thing on levels of trauma centers. Wikipedia says, do they have it here really quick? Level 2 works in collaboration with a level 1. It provides comprehensive trauma care and supplements the clinical expertise of a level 1 institution. It provides 24-hour availability of all essential specialties, personnel, and equipment. Anyways, I don't really want to get it. These are interesting questions about why is this hospital in Germany? Why is it 65 beds and all that? Interesting. I don't want to minimize the questions. They're very interesting questions, but this stream could very easily spiral into a research program on questions about U.S. hospital bases in Europe, which is not really what we're here to cover. So I hope you accept and understand my moving on from the topic. Not out of lack of interest, but I don't want to get too sidetracked here. I'm sure we could find some answers. It's just, the stream ends up going that way. Now, It is 2:39 a.m. Iran time right now. Something I wanted to mention too is, let me shout out our moderators again. Thank you so much to our moderators. We have our moderators here. Ruth is over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it, Ruth. Thank you so much. And also our moderators on Twitch, 13 Alamo, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah, thank you. On Facebook, we have our moderators over there. Give me one moment. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And our moderators on Facebook, K. Larry Body, Darren Charlo. All of our other moderators there. Hey, by the way, thanks to Diane Allworth for subscribing as well. Andrea Holder, thanks for moderating there. So thanks to all of our moderators. If you missed it, just to update you on this was this attack. The Houthis say they have attacked 2 Saudi Arabian oil tankers in the Red Sea off the coast of Saudi Arabia. That appears to be one of them. This is this ship that was reported attacked by the UK MTO, where they said the master of tanker reports being struck by an unknown projectile, which has caused a fire on board that the crew are currently fighting. There are no reported casualties and no environmental impact. So we're keeping an eye on that situation. That's a big deal after the Houthis said that they were imposing a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia. Let me just check something here. What is this? Hold on. What is this? Where is this coming from? I'm seeing a quote, and I don't know where that quote came from. What? This is weird. I'm seeing a report of something that Rubio supposedly said, but I don't see it anywhere. Where are they getting this from? It's very strange. It's Arabic language media. They claim that Rubio said something, and I'm like, interesting. But I'm like, wait a second. I haven't seen that bit said anywhere. I don't see it on his social media. All right. Well, if I get some confirmation that's an actual quote from Rubio, I'll let you know. I was looking to get some confirmation. I see nothing about it anywhere. So, I don't know. That's kind of odd. I'll be on the lookout. I think it's like an Egyptian outlet that reported it. I was like, why are they reporting this? No, Al Jazeera has quotes from him too. Where are these quotes coming from? Why is Al Jazeera quoting Rubio? I don't see him speaking anywhere on TV. Very strange. Give me a second. Let me look this up again. Very, very confusing. You have these claimed quotes from Rubio, and I don't know where they're coming from. From Middle Eastern media. I was just wondering, did they send out like a press release or something? But I don't see any press release. All right. Well, until I see some more about that, I have no information about Rubio quotes. Nothing in American media that I'm seeing. But maybe he's speaking somewhere. Wasn't he traveling recently? I think. Yeah, isn't he in Asia? He was in Asia earlier today. He was in the Philippines earlier today. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if he just did some other appearance or something, but I don't see it anywhere. So all right, I'll keep an eye on it. I will keep an eye on it. So Al Jazeera claims, but see, I don't know if this is an old thing. Al Jazeera said urgent 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, Al Jazeera said urgent. U.S. Secretary of State, what is happening now is clear. The ships are trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz. No, that's not what I wanted. No, there was a different quote from him. That's not the same one. It wasn't the Al Jazeera. It was a different one. Forget it. I'm sorry. You know what? So, what it is Al Jazeera and Al Qahira News in the last 20 minutes have some new quotes from Rubio. They do have some new quotes from Rubio. I don't know if he's speaking right now or what. But I thought they were quotes about the Houthis. But when I look at them now, I think I misread one of them. They all seem to be about Iran. I thought that Rubio maybe had just said something about the Houthis, which I was like, oh, hold on a second. But I don't know where these new quotes are coming from, but none of them actually appear to be about the Houthis. So I'm not as concerned with it. What I was really interested in is if maybe he had just said something about the Houthis. I have not heard any comment from the U.S. government about the Houthis apparently starting to attack Saudi tankers in the Red Sea. I have not seen a single comment from anyone in the U.S. government about it yet. Nothing. Misfits Studios said speaking from the summit in Asia now are a few minutes. Well, you sent me something at 5:40 p.m. I don't have, I mean, I'll let you know if I see him speaking and I have video of it, I'll show it to you. Misfit Studio says he might be speaking soon. I don't have anything about it here, but I'll keep an eye out. Yeah, PW360. There's some accounts there are some social media accounts that are claiming that there are some clashes going on right now between Houthi forces and Saudi Arabian forces. I have not seen that verified anywhere. I don't know where these accounts are getting these claims from. So, again, it's one of these things where and then one account says it, then the other repeats it, and then they all repeat each other, but no one's saying how they originally found this out. So I don't have anything really reliable on that at all. Oh, what I wanted to mention, though, is after President Trump made his threat today, there were all these counter threats from Iran. So President Trump today had said, from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, he didn't even say sink, he just said shoots at. The United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So there were a lot of counter threats to that after he said that in Iran from officials and from media and from, I think, the army. So I want to show you some of that. Yeah, hold on. What is this? Hold on. Here. So 4 hours ago, Sayed Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, said, "Our defense doctrine is clear, an eye for an eye. Any aggression against Iran, including to our infrastructure, like bridges and power plants, will compel a powerful and decisive response. Those who contribute to such aggression, whatever the kind of support, will also be considered as legitimate targets." I assume he's talking about other countries in the region. Also, Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf posted 5 hours ago. He is the head speaker of Iranian parliament. He's one of the chief Iranian negotiators. He said, "The equation of this war is clear, either all or none. In a region where we do not sell oil, no one will sell oil. If our security is not ensured, no infrastructure will be safe. And the security of the strait is in the absence of American forces. We have repeatedly said that the situation of the strait will not return to pre-war conditions." Michael Avery says spicy. Also, I want to show you some other counter threats I saw here today after the Trump statement. Look at this one. This was interesting. This was a post from Fars State Media. Oh, sorry. And it's entitled "Power Plants That Keep the Lights On at U.S. Bases in the Region." According to Fars news agency, State Media, recent threats against Iran's infrastructure, which I assume they're talking about Trump saying he's going to blow up bridges and power plants. Recent threats against Iran's energy infrastructure take on a particular complexity when viewed in light of the U.S.'s security architecture in the region, says Fars. The deep reliance of key U.S. military bases on the electricity grids of host countries has created a network of strategic interdependence, meaning that any action against these grids could have far-reaching security implications for U.S. interests. This report examines 4 prominent examples of this critical dependence. And then they talk about a power plant in the UAE. Then they talk about a power plant in Dubai. They talk about a power plant in Qatar. And they talk a power plant in Saudi Arabia. And then state media says the examination of these 4 power plants reveals that critical energy facilities in the UAE, Dubai, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia are not only essential for civilian infrastructure, but also serve as vital links in the chain of the power in the chain of power supply for the U.S. military bases in the region. Therefore, any threat or action against Iran's electricity grids faces a clear deterrent, as these power plants are recognized as critical sources of energy for key U.S. military bases, and any instability in this region would directly impact the security and operational dynamics of U.S. forces. So what they're basically they're not explicitly saying it, but what it seems to suggest after President Trump posted his threat to blow up power plants in Iran, is it seems to suggest that Iran, if that happened, would consider targeting various power plants in neighboring countries, like the ones they just mentioned. That certainly is the clear implication there. But look, I mean, that's going to be something even before a post like this. That's going to be something President Trump has to consider if he escalates. Is that if he escalates, Iran has shown that they have escalatory responses they can do. Remember at the start of the war, when Iran was attacking energy infrastructure in various countries. Muju thinks hot air is all Iran has. That's what Muju thinks. Hot air is all Iran has. J-Man says, have to go all the way with this war, no going back. Dr. McRib says they won't back down. Molly Morgan says, I don't believe Iran. Gary Baines says, well, there's threats and then there's actions. But just to be clear, Iran, after Trump made that post, there are lots of posts by Iranian officials in the military and state media, all threatening with escalation if the U.S. starts hitting Iranian infrastructure. They've said it again and again and again today. Ooh. Hey, TWZ has a new article. We might have to look at this. The title of the War Zone article is Houthis Now. I'll show you the title. Hold on. We might have to check this out. We'll take some comments first. But the War Zone, I really like the War Zone, it's a military news site, has an article, Houthis Now Attacking Saudi Oil Tankers in Red Sea, Major Energy Supply Implications. Just as the war with Iran looks about to fully erupt again, the Houthis are going to put an even tighter squeeze on the world's energy supply. So we'll talk about that in a second. Kali Code says you all need to stop underestimating Iran. Kali Code said they're locking the Strait of they're locking Hormuz up and we can't open it. Frodo Fragan says Iran's ideologue rulers will never quit. You just have to get rid of their ability to attack ships. Good luck with that, though. Excuse me. It is hang on. Almost 3 a.m. Iran time, by the way. Almost 3 a.m. Iran time. What I'm going to do really quickly, I'm going to take 1 minute here. I need 1 minute. A lot is going on. We are bringing you live coverage. And hold on a moment here. I am taking 1 minute. Give me 1 minute and I will reappear and we'll continue our live breaking news coverage. Okay, we're back here. Bringing you the latest updates. Haven't heard about that many strikes, if any, since the U.S. announced the start of their strikes at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We heard about some strikes before then, apparent strikes. So we're keeping an eye out for more on that. And also big news where the Houthis said that they have attacked 2 Saudi tankers in the Red Sea, whereas UK MTO confirms that 1 tanker has been attacked. Hang on a moment. Not seeing reports of new explosions in Iran at the moment. I'm checking though. Let's talk for a little bit about the Red Sea. So I mentioned there's this article in the War Zone I wanted to talk about, which discusses the situation. Hang on. Which discusses the situation in the Red Sea. Where did I put that? Where did I put the article? It was here before. Ah, I got it. Houthis now attacking Saudi oil tankers in Red Sea, major energy supply implications, says the War Zone. The war zone says that the increasing tensions on the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which is where the Red Sea exits into, I have to be sure about my bodies of water, into the Arabian Sea, or into the Gulf of Aden. Anyways, it's the way out of the Red Sea, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. The war zone says the increasing tensions on the Bab al-Mandeb Strait come as President Trump threatened to destroy bridges and power plants each time Iran hits a ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Also, the incident in the Red Sea today took place a day after the U.S. Navy warned that the Houthis had moved weapons near the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Oh, I didn't even see this warning yesterday. That's interesting. So this was yesterday's Joint Maritime Information Center alert. And if you go down to southern Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb, it says recent Houthi statements indicated a readiness to target shipping, specifically Saudi-related, if directed. According to regional reporting, Iran has instructed the Houthis to stand ready to close the Red Sea oil route should the U.S. strike Iranian power infrastructure. That's a whole other interesting thing. If Trump starts hitting power plants and bridges, does Iran try to get the Houthis to start attacking more shipping in the Red Sea? And then this report said sources close to the group stated the Houthis have completed preparations to attack shipping, including the deployment of missiles and drones positioned near Bab el-Mandeb Strait. But we do know that they said that 2 tankers were attacked today. Okay, so they said that. And then Reuters had reported, I think we might have talked about this yesterday. Reuters reported yesterday that Houthis warned shipping companies to avoid Saudi ports. Reuters said yesterday that the Houthis told shipping companies not to load or discharge cargo at Saudi Arabian ports or they may be targeted, according to an email the Houthis sent to shipping companies. The email on July 20th sent to shipping companies from the Houthis said vessels are banned from loading or discharging, loading or unloading cargo at or from any Saudi ports. We strongly recommend that your company exercise due diligence and the utmost care in all its dealings, said the letter, the Houthi letter. And the Houthi letter also, the email also said to shipping companies from the Houthis, furthermore, ships doing such activity may be subject to targeting in any location within the operational reach of the Yemeni armed forces. I don't think I'd heard about that email before. That was reported by Reuters. Give me a moment here. The War Zone, I'm going to post a link to this article from the War Zone. You can read the whole article if you want. The War Zone is twz.com. It has a whole article about the Houthi attack on shipping in the Red Sea. The article from the War Zone says, as we frequently detailed, a Houthi blockade of the Bab al-Mandeb Strait at the end of the Red Sea threatens to add further pressure on oil exports from the Middle East, which are already drastically affected by the Iranian closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the resumption of the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports. As we have said from other articles and talked about Saudi Arabia has diverted millions of barrels of oil per day through pipelines to its Yanbu port on the Red Sea in an effort to minimize the energy shortages due to hostilities in the Persian Gulf. So will we see the U.S. launch an attack on the Houthis to try to deter them from attacking shipping? I do not know. Oh, I didn't see this announcement here. Where is this from? Oh, hold on a second here. This is the press release about the Saudi Arabia and U.S. agreement on cooperation in peaceful uses of nuclear energy. We should probably talk more about this. The governments of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. signed the Agreement for Cooperation on the Peaceful Uses of Nuclear Energy. The agreement aims to enhance cooperation between the two countries in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy and to facilitate the exchange of expertise. Hold on. And I have to, you can't see this whole thing the way it is right now. This is just the press release. We'll talk about this actually. The agreement aims to enhance cooperation between the two countries in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy and to facilitate the exchange of expertise, knowledge, and technologies, contributing to the strengthening bilateral cooperation in accordance with the highest international standards of nuclear safety, nuclear security, and non-proliferation. Right, fine. Yeah, so basically, we were talking about this last night, where it's the U.S. apparently agreeing to help Saudi Arabia develop a civilian nuclear program, including nuclear enrichment, possibly. Yes, here's a report on it right here. U.S. and Saudi Arabia sign new nuclear agreement that could pave way for the kingdom to enrich uranium. Now, most countries that have nuclear power plants that use enriched uranium, they don't make their own enriched uranium. They buy it from like countries like the U.S. or Russia, or I believe there's other ways they can buy it in a way that prevents them from making it. Because once you start enriching uranium, in theory, you can use the same equipment to enrich it even more than you need it for civilian power, and use it. In theory, you can enrich it to weapon grade uranium. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia today forged a new agreement, says AP, that could potentially provide Saudi Arabia with uranium enrichment capability for its civilian nuclear program. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright and Saudi Minister of Energy Abdul Aziz bin Salman formally signed the Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, known as a 123 Agreement, alongside what the Trump administration described as a bilateral safeguards agreement. The U.S. administration, the Trump administration, released scant details of the deal, but the framework paves the way for the building of a uranium enrichment facility in Saudi Arabia after a joint U.S.-Saudi study, according to a person familiar with the matter. Earlier, Secretary of State Marco Rubio sought to head off emerging criticism of the decision under questioning by reporters about the risk that helping the Saudis fulfill their long-standing desire to enrich their own uranium could lead to new rounds of nuclear proliferation and competition in a volatile region. Rubio said the U.S. is not going to reach any agreement with any country in the world that leads to the risk of proliferation. The agreement does not include the International Atomic Energy Agency's additional protocol, which would allow for more monitoring, inspections, and verification, according to a second person familiar with the decision. The deal is expected to last 30 years and involve U.S. firms in developing the program. The Energy Department, in a statement, said it will be submitting this to review to Congress, where it could face opposition. Although I believe in Congress, for Congress to reject it, both houses have to reject it, and there has to be, I believe, a 2/3 majority in both houses to overcome a presidential veto, I believe. Ahead of the announcement, Alexander Bolfross, a nuclear expert at the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London, called the deal a revolutionary new approach to nuclear non-proliferation policy. The revolutionary aspect of this agreement is that the U.S. is not asking Saudi Arabia to abide by the highest possible safeguards, internationally monitored safeguards that are standard and are available today, but instead is willing to at least theoretically transfer highly sensitive technology to Saudi Arabia without the same level of oversight one would expect, he said. President Trump, during his first term, and former President Biden tried to reach a nuclear deal with the kingdom to share American technology. Enrichment could open the door to weaponization. Non-proliferation experts say any spinning centrifuges within Saudi Arabia could open the door to a possible weapons program for Saudi Arabia, something its assertive de facto leader, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has suggested he would pursue if Tehran obtains an atomic bomb. AP reports that some lawmakers are hesitant about giving Saudis enrichment capability. Enrichment isn't an automatic path to a nuclear weapon. A nation must also master other steps, including the use of synchronized high explosives, for instance, but it does open the door to weaponization, which has fueled the West's concerns over Iran's program. The UAE, a neighbor to Saudi Arabia, signed a 1-2-3 agreement with the U.S. to build its Barakah nuclear power plant with South Korean assistance, but the UAE did so without seeking enrichment, something non-proliferation experts have held up as the gold standard for nations wanting atomic power. U.S. firms could be winners in expected deal, says AP. Representative Brad Sherman, a California Democrat, predicted the deal would benefit U.S. nuclear giant Westinghouse, which builds the large light water reactors that Saudi Arabia is seeking. The Trump administration said last month it is providing $17.5 billion in loans to speed development of 10 large new reactors designed by Westinghouse to meet skyrocketing power demand from massive data centers. The new reactors could use the same design in the planned Saudi deal. Democrat Sherman said the U.S. military is bombing Iran because they insist upon enriching and reprocessing nuclear material. Now, he said, it appears U.S. officials are entering into an agreement with Saudi Arabia, giving them the green light to reprocess and to enrich. So this is something we talked about last night. Again, the Trump administration has released few details about the deal. We're getting some reports about what's in it from people who apparently have been leaking details. Anyways, I usually don't read that much of an article, but I did think it was interesting there were a bunch of details in there, and I wanted to get people updated on that, so. Pezzi thinks Trump expects the Saudis to pay him off? Something I was saying last night, though, is I do think it may make negotiations with the Iran, if those actually still happen, more difficult, because presumably the Trump administration is going to say so presumably Iran's going to say they want to be able to enrich uranium, and they say it's for civilian purposes. In the U.S., as I understand it, the Trump administration's position is they don't want Iran to have any uranium enrichment. So when Iran says, well, we want to enrich uranium for civilian purposes, and the U.S. says, no, you can't do that, we're not going to agree to that. Well, might Iran say now, well, our enemy Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia and Iran are enemies, won't Iran say now, well, you just made a deal to let our enemy Saudi Arabia enrich uranium for civilian purposes, so why can't we do it if they can do it? So I don't know that this will help negotiations. But I don't know if there's going to be serious negotiations. Chris Donahue, our viewer, says negotiations with Iran are in the rearview mirror. Unconditional surrender. I haven't really caught up today. I don't know if President Trump spoke about this today. I'm interested to see if President Trump maybe speaks and gives a defense of it. I don't think he's posted about it on True Social. Maybe he'll say it'll be really good for American businesses or something. Oh, it sounds like Iran might have launched stuff at Jordan, because I'm seeing right here that Iran State TV just posted initial reports indicate several explosions have occurred in the port city of Aqaba, Jordan. So a lot of times when Iran media, state media, says reports say, it's more that they're just kind of, I don't even know that there are these reports. It's like a way of them announcing it without saying that they have inside information. So my guess is that Iran has launched some missiles or drones at Jordan, because that just came out in Iran state media. Aqaba, Jordan is here. Oh, is that near Eilat? Yeah. So, in recent days, there's been some situations. What was it? I think there's been situations where Israel has shot down debris, I think, because they were worried about it coming into Israel. I think because Aqaba is here in Jordan. It's near Eilat in Israel. It's right next to it, I think, basically. There's Eilat and there's Aqaba. Very close. Oh, new statement from the IRGC 5 minutes ago. New statement from the IRGC. They say a ship attempting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz caught fire. I don't know if this is true. This is after after Trump's threat, Trump said that any ship, anytime that from now on, if Iran fires on a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, every time they fire on a ship, the U.S. is going to blow up an Iranian bridge or an Iranian power plant. Well, look at this. Look at what Iran says. One of 3 ships attempting to pass through the unsafe Strait of Hormuz caught fire, and the other 2 ships quickly turned back. 3 oil tankers, incited and lured by the U.S.'s child-killing army, were attempting to pass through a mine-laden route on the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. After a severe explosion and fire on one of them, the other 2 quickly turned around and retreated. Now, Do I think this is a mine if there was a ship? No, my guess is it's more likely on the southern route, especially, that the U.S. recommends that if a ship had an explosion, that would mean it was attacked by Iran, although I can't confirm that a ship had an explosion. They say the powerful IRGC Navy emphasizes that the Strait of Hormuz is under our control and will remain completely closed as long as the U.S. continues its acts of aggression in the region. No oil tankers will enter or leave, and any ship that falls for the U.S.'s deception and attempts to pass through without coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran will meet the same fate. Well, there you go. So they might have attacked another ship already. Unclear. Iran's Revolutionary Guard. So what do they say? They say three oil tankers incited and lured by the U.S. were attempting to pass through a mine-laden route in the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. After a severe explosion and fire on one of them, the other two quickly turned around and retreated. So, has this actually happened? Has a ship had an explosion in the Strait of Hormuz? We don't know. If it has, is it because Iran attacked it? We don't know. It's certainly possible. It is possible that Iran has attacked another ship in the Strait of Hormuz. That's very possible. I will say that Iran has issued several statements in recent days that ships have been attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, and I don't know if it's a one-to-one. I kind of feel like they've said a certain number has been attacked and a lower number was actually attacked. But in the last several days, several ships have actually been attacked by Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll have to see what we hear about the Strait of Hormuz. We'll see if UKMTO reports anything. AHM says, what a huge mess. Damien thinks the Revolutionary Guard wants us to blow them to high heck. They are egging us on so they can play victim yet again. Dorm Machine says attacking civilian ships is a war crime. Steve Carlson says, I call BS. Iran bombed the ship. Iran lies about everything. Well, if there is, I do think they've made these kind of announcements with the mines before. I do think if it turns out a ship was had an explosion, I do think it'll be an Iranian attack. I don't think the mine thing is. It's interesting that they say that. Maybe it's sort of a deniability thing. I don't know that they think they're fooling anyone, but it sounds like a way for them to say it's been blown up without explicitly taking credit for it. I mean, they literally threaten ships in the second paragraph themselves. Well, we'll have to see if we hear anything more about... Also, obviously, guys, these two things are not stable with each other. President Trump saying every time Iran fires at a ship from now on, we're going to blow up one of their bridges and power plants. and the Revolutionary Guard of Iran saying that the Strait of Hormuz is under our control. It's completely closed. As long as the U.S. continues its acts of aggression in the region, no oil tankers will enter or leave, and any ship that falls for the U.S.'s deception and attempts to pass through without coordination with Iran will meet the same fate. Those things are an obvious tension. What Trump said and what they're saying. It's a pretty obvious tension between the two. This is interesting. Look at this. Whoa. Look at this new accusation by Iran. News update. New accusation by Iran. Iran accuses the U.S. of firing a rocket attack near a passenger terminal. The deputy governor of Khuzestan province for security affairs, Vailola Hayati, said moments ago the area around the passenger terminal at the Shalamch border was targeted by rockets fired by the terrorist U.S. enemy. This attack resulted in no casualties or injuries, and the movement of pilgrims is proceeding without interruption. What are we talking about here? The Shalamch border? Now, I don't know if this actually happens, but at a certain point, if Iran is going to act like it happens, oh, that's the Iraqi-Iran border. It's the Iraqi-Iran border, the Shalamch Iraqi-Iran border. See, it says it right there. Shalamch Iraqi-Iran border. Now, when they say a passenger terminal, is it because there is a river there, I think. There's a port there. I don't know. Is that a river or not? Let me read this up. Let me do something real quick here. Let me figure this out. Time to ask the internet. Is it just a border crossing when it says pass? I don't know if passenger terminal means just a border crossing there. Why does it say passenger terminal? Oh, now AI Gemini is claiming it's like an airport terminal, but for foot traffic buses or private cars. They're saying it's like a border. It's like a border airport terminal or border control or something. It's a little confusing to me. Let me do a little more research here. So it sounds like they're saying that claiming the U.S. attacked near the Iraqi-Iran border crossing. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, so I believe from looking online, I believe this is talking about. Oh, there's some video too. There's a video with some explosion or something. Okay, this is a border crossing. Okay, hold on a second. I'm seeing some reports in Iranian state media, guys, about this. So, first of all, let me again mention what they said. Let me mention this report again. I'm seeing some other reporting about this purported incident at the Iran-Iraq border crossing. You can see it's called the Shalamcha border. So, Iranian state media, the Iranian deputy governor claims in Khuzestan province claims the U.S. conducted a rocket attack near the Iran-Iraq border crossing at Shalamch. And there's like some videos that I'm seeing floating around. Supposedly this, I cannot confirm this happened, but it's something that Iranian media is making a big deal out of. Again, there it says, you'll see it right here, Shalamch, Iraq-Iran border, right there. That's in Shalamche. All right, now hold on a moment. Let's talk about some of these other reports coming in. So there is there's a I don't know which building it is, but it's an Iraq-Iran border crossing. You can see Iraq-Iran right on the map there. Right, give me a moment. Hold on. Now, I am seeing reports. So Iran state TV has like a video claiming that it shows, I don't have the rights to the video. It's a video that claims to show like an explosion at the border crossing or near the border crossing. And Fars News is also posting these videos too. Iran state media claims that, according to Iraqi media sources, the U.S. has attacked a resting area for Iranian police at the border crossing. Again, I don't know if this is happening, if this actually happened, but Iran media is making a big deal out of this. Here, look at what Tasneem said. See this right here? Look at the bottom. According to Iraqi media sources, the United States attacked the resting place of Iranian police at the Shalamche Iran-Iraq border crossing. A few minutes ago, according to the deputy governor, the area around the passenger terminal at the border crossing was targeted by rockets fired by the terrorist U.S. enemy. This attack resulted in no casualties, and the movement of pilgrims is proceeding without interruption. I don't know what to make of this. NY committee thinks it's Iranian propaganda. And this comes right after Iran claims a ship attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz without coordinating with them exploded. So that would be a big deal if Iran attacked another ship in the Strait of Hormuz, but I cannot confirm that at this point. I'm going to post a link to this video. Roy Case posted the video that is floating around that Iran media posted of supposedly people running at the border crossing, and it shows like a big fire in the background. I just posted a link to it in the chat. Again, I cannot confirm this. We're bringing you the latest updates here. Standing Watch says, so where is NATO? No assistance to offer NATO. Now, to just be clear, NATO is a defensive alliance, right? NATO. Yeah, I mean, if you look at this is the NATO website. The bedrock commitment at the core of NATO is that an attack against one of its members is considered an attack against all. So, I mean, one might argue that this is not, I don't even hear President Trump, I don't know, maybe he's implied it, but I mean, I don't really hear a lot of serious argument being made that this is a textbook case where NATO would be expected to defend one of its members who be attacked. I mean, the start of this war was the US and Israel attacking Iran. Now, obviously, there's strikes going back and forth, but to be, to invoke the native Article 5 of the NATO treaty, that involves one member of NATO being attacked. Article 5, says NATO, says an armed attack against one NATO member shall be considered an attack against them all. Anyways, maybe you think just regardless of the NATO treaty that they should be helping more. I don't know. That's what President Trump, he said he thinks that. I think a lot of these other NATO countries don't agree with the war. Now, also, I mean, Saipa Man thinks there isn't much NATO could even add to this situation. Look, I mean, the U.S. is not maxing out their military right now. The U.S. strikes over the last 11 days have, for the most part, been pretty restricted in terms of targeting. They haven't used their most powerful weapons, obviously, but also like they haven't, for the most part, been going after non-military targets, for example. And the pace of strikes is way less than it was at the start of the war. Uncle Fester thinks it's time to bring the bombers in, the B-2s? Joe Truzman posted, Joe's a Middle East expert who I follow. He said, I am observing reports of a U.S. strike at the Shalamcheh border crossing between Iraq and Iran. He says it's significant because the crossing is a key Iran-Iraq transit route. If confirmed, he said, the strike could disrupt personnel movements and logistics used by Iran-linked groups across Iraq and beyond. Update. Iran is claiming that 2 people have been killed in the alleged attack by the U.S. on the Iran-Iraq border crossing. That is from Iran State TV. So, Iranian deputy governor says 2 people have been killed so far in the alleged U.S. attack on the Iran-Iraq border crossing at Shalamche, Iran. Now, again, I don't know if this happened, but at the same time, if Iran is officially saying this has happened, they may well retaliate for it, regardless of whether it happened at all, the way they say. Here, this is the report from Iran state media. See right there? 2 people martyred in attack on Shalamche border. Deputy Governor of Khuzestan Province, Iran. So far, 2 people have been killed, martyred, in the enemy's, presumably referring to the United States attack on the Shalamche border crossing. By the way, I want to say a huge thanks to Tim Pock. Tim, that is incredibly generous of you. Wow, very kind of Tim Pock. Tim Pock said when Iran struck U.S. bases after they broke the ceasefire, you're saying it was considered an attack on the U.S., but you said Trump didn't work on a coalition during the NATO conference? But I'm not sure. You're saying, I think what you're saying is somebody, when he was at the NATO conference, they were doing a lot of discussion of Ukraine because Zelensky was there. And somebody had written in and asked me, were they working on some sort of coalition there for Iran? And I said, well, I'm not aware of that. I haven't heard reports of that. And it wasn't that long a conference. And I know that they were doing a lot of Zelensky stuff. At that, I mean, Trump appeared with Zelensky at that conference. So my thought was I hadn't heard about. I don't know what they talked about. I think I said, but there was so much energy in that conference and attention being paid to Zelensky being there in Ukraine that I didn't know if they had talked about some sort of NATO coalition. Anyways, just as background to what Tim Pock said. So Tim Pock said. An attack on one is an attack on all. NATO forces are most likely on their way. I don't know. So it's this question, though, Tim, and I don't know the answer to this, but just the way. So, you'd have to know a lot about how that NATO Article 5 is written and how legally and how the different countries define attack. I mean, my guess is that NATO countries would say something like, a bunch of NATO countries, well, if another country in NATO initiates a war, and then because of that, they get involved in this back and forth, that's not what the treaty is supposed to cover. The treaty isn't intended to cover that kind of attack. I don't know, though. I mean, this is an interesting question about NATO, is how the various countries in NATO understand their defensive commitment and under what situation a country being attacked is considered an attack that violates that Article 5 applies to? And my quick answer is I have no idea. I'm not an expert on the NATO treaty, and it's an interesting question. So, anyways, Tim Pock thinks that NATO members are on the way to help the U.S. in now. Look, this I don't know. I have no idea. So anyways, I really, that's all. The whole NATO question is interesting. I'm not going to try getting into that now because that's, again, it's like one of these research project things. But it's an interesting question. Anyways, but I do want to thank, Tim. It's so generous of Tim to support the channel like that. I really appreciate that, Tim. Thank you so much for your support. And I'm sure also these NATO countries are also very aware of what's going on with the Red Sea now and paying attention to that too. So we'll have to see how this all develops. But again, Tim Pock, huge thanks to Tim Pock 122367. That's incredibly generous of Tim Pock, and I really appreciate it. Also, thanks to Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says, defending against an Iran nuclear threat seems like a pretty good thing to help a NATO ally, considering most NATO allies are closer to Iran than we are. Don't worry, IDF is ready to go. Crazy Yoda thinks the IDF is ready to go. Will the IDF jump back in at some point? That I don't know. We talked some about that last night. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later tonight. Thanks also, Man for Some Markets, who says, maybe the U.S. has attacked this border crossing to blunt any Iranian incursion into Kuwait. So reminder, this border crossing where we're talking about Iran is alleging a U.S. attack at this Iran-Iraq border crossing. It's here. So it's right near, it's on the border, obviously, between Iran and Iraq, but it's pretty close to Kuwait too. So there's Iran, and there is the border crossing right there. I don't have a lot of background in this area, in this part of the world, so I can't really comment on this. But again, Joe Truzman, who is a Middle East expert, he said that that location is a key Iran-Iraq transit route. And he believes that Iran-linked groups in Iraq that the strike could disrupt personnel movements and logistics used by Iran-linked groups across Iraq and beyond. So maybe that's a way for Iran to get stuff to Iran-linked groups in Iraq. I'm not sure, but or in personnel and other stuff. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on that. Let you know more. And also, Dodger Blue to you. Thanks so much. The oil reserve, if I get a chance later, I'll talk about the oil reserve. Thank you so much, Strategic Oil Reserve. Thank you, Dodger Blue to you. Thank you also, Lordoc from the UAE. I really appreciate it, Lordoc. Thank you. Also, Hell of a Time, thank you so much for your support. Hell of a Time points out, it seems kind of quiet so far, given the fact that CENTCOM posted strikes have started again at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Wonder if it will be an early ended post again tonight. Yeah, it's kind of strange because the explosions we were hearing earlier tonight, I think all of them or most of them happened before 5:30. Then the U.S. said it had started its strikes at 5:30. I don't even know if I've heard of any explosions after 5:30. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Maybe we'll hear about more strikes later. It's already 3:52 Iran time, though. Anyways, thank you, Hell of a Time, for your support. Also, Bill Garst, 5863, thank you for your support. Steffi, 481, she says, as a prior military chaplain, thanks for your service. Having been at Ramstein's hospital as a chaplain, well, I can assure you it is specifically set up to handle battlefield casualties. Thank you so much, Steffi. And again, thanks for your service. Also, thanks to Jesse James for the membership. And thank you to, hold on, I'm behind on thanking people. Thank you to, give me a second here. Give me a moment. Thank you to Guy from the 207 over there on Twitch. Thanks, Hokies alum, for subscribing. Hokies alum says NATO should save its ships to defend Greenland. Thank you, New Yorker 783. Thank you, DSPBB on Twitch for your support. Thanks, Gravity 16 for subscribing. Thanks, Who Shot JR. Thanks, Dan Friend 11 for subscribing. Thanks, Andy and Austin for your support as well, and John Doe 3 for subscribing, and Patriot Ben for subscribing. And again, thank you, Tim Pock. That was incredibly kind of you. Tim Pock 122367. Thank you, Tim Pock. Tim Pock, if by some chance that was a mistake, that's all right. If anybody ever makes a mistake in donating, they can always you have to talk to YouTube about it. That's not a me thing. But it's all right. You can don't worry about it. If you have to request a refund from YouTube if you ever make a mistake with a donation, go right ahead. I just want to say that. But that's very kind of you, Tim Pock. Thank you. All right, now let's see here. I am seeing here. Oh, what is this? A report of another attack in Khuzestan province from Iranian state media IRNA. We haven't seen this yet. A location near Andimeshk was targeted in a missile attack. The deputy governor of Khuzestan province for security affairs, we got a bunch of statements from him tonight, announced that a location near the city of Andimeshk was targeted by a missile attack from the U.S.-backed terrorist enemy. Valiola Hayati told IRNA on Thursday morning, a location near the city of Andimeshk was targeted by a missile attack from the U.S.-backed terrorist enemy. The necessary investigations are being The necessary investigations are being conducted by the relevant authorities, and further details about this incident will be announced later. Give me a second here. This is an Andimeshk. Let me show you where that is. Oops, you can't see it. Andimeshk in Khuzestan province. Hang on a moment. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. Hold on. Just hold on a moment. There is a lot going on. By the way, I don't think I ever thanks, did I thank Happy Pigeons? Happy Pigeons for the memberships. If I didn't thank Happy Pigeons, thank you, Happy Pigeons. Also, Samuel DeMarco. I think a couple of thank yous here. Samuel DeMarco. Did I never thank Samuel DeMarco? I don't know if I did. Thank you, Samuel DeMarco, who says Saudi Arabia and Pakistan signed a mutual defense agreement last year. The agreement details an attack on either country would be regarded as attacking the other. I have to look that up. I think, thanks for mentioning that. Some viewers have been talking about that. I don't know the details on these things. I haven't heard any kinds of reports that suggest Pakistan is going to attack the Houthis now, for whatever that's worth. Wikipedia says the Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement, it's a security and defense pact between the countries of Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. Under the agreement, both countries have committed to treating any act of aggression against one as an act against both. And again, I don't know what the real, how they both understand this. You know, maybe it's understood that it's for certain things and not for certain other things. I don't know. I know nothing about it. I'd have to look at. If I have chance, I'll look into it more. But let me repeat: I have not seen a single report suggesting that with the escalation in recent weeks of Saudi Houthi tensions, I have not seen a single report suggest that Pakistan's not going to start attempting to strike the Houthis. I don't know, but I'm just letting you know I haven't seen it brought up. Thank you also, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says, remember the USA has a 3rd and 7th Fleet ready to rock and roll. Thanks also Boogeyman Genetics, who says, don't forget 15 of the 19 hijackers of 9/11 were from Saudi Arabia. I think going back to when we were discussing this nuclear agreement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Okay, hang on a second here. $15 were citizens of Saudi Arabia, by the way. I just confirmed it on Wikipedia. Looked it up there. All right, now, Oil Medic, thanks for being a member. Also, in Sarcasm BTC, thank you for your support for being a member. Now, let me get some updates here. Developments. Do we have new developments? There has been a lot going on today. Vahid reports that Vahid reported 15 minutes ago a report of an explosion in Kermanshah, Iran. And Vahid also reported that he was getting updates about 3 minutes ago of a attack in Bushehr, a strong explosion in Bushehr. Okay, so according to Vahid, about 15, actually not 15, about half an hour ago, explosion reported in Kermanshah, but just a few minutes ago, a report of a strong explosion in Bushehr. So let me show you what we're talking about here. I think he means Bushehr city, but I'm not sure. Bushehr city is right here on the coast. There. We regularly hear about explosions there during U.S. attacks. So We'll have to see what we hear about that. And then Kermanshah, where there was apparently an explosion about a half an hour ago, that's up there. Kermanshah province in western Iran, I'm sorry. It's 4:04 a.m. Iran time. Iran. Here's an update about the Houthis situation. Well, just in case you weren't with us when we were talking about this, Houthis claim attacks on Saudi tankers in Red Sea, raising risk of new choke point in Iran war. Now, remember, UKMTO already confirmed that one tanker was hit by a projectile and was on fire in the Red Sea. The Iranian-aligned Houthis today, just hours ago, claimed military strikes on 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea as part of a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia, further raising the risk of a second chokehold on world oil supplies at the Red Sea in coordination with Iran's attempt to control the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran has already effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz. We could be seeing the Houthis effectively closing or restricting shipping through the Red Sea. Meanwhile, the U.S. military said it launched new strikes in Iran, marking the 12th successive night of American attacks. The Yemen-based militants who control areas near the Bab el-Mandeb Strait on the opposite end of the Arabian Peninsula from the Strait of Hormuz said on Monday they were imposing a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia in what some analysts have reviewed as a tactical move by Iran to seek leverage in any diplomatic efforts to end the war. I will say, however, some analysts say that they don't think Iran controls the Houthis and that, I mean, they influence them, but they see this Houthi move against Saudi Arabia as coming out of the hostilities that have ramped up in the last couple of weeks between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia. They have some long-running hostilities. Let's see here. 5 tankers changed course in the Red Sea to avoid the Bab el-Mandeb Strait on Wednesday, and 3 tankers loaded with Saudi oil for China and India made U-turns on Tuesday. Then the Houthis said their forces carried out missile and drone strikes on 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea, identifying them as the Insilia and the Layla. A maritime security source, says Reuters, said the ship Insilia had transmitted a distress call, reporting it had been struck by a missile near the Saudi port of Jizan in the Red Sea late on Wednesday. British maritime risk management group Vanguard said the Saudi-flagged tanker was struck by an unknown projectile on its starboard side, around 70 nautical miles southwest of Saudi Arabia's Al-Shuqaiq. The attack on the Layla remained unconfirmed. Millions of barrels per day of Saudi oil have been heading to the kingdom's Red Sea port of Yanbu to avoid the Strait of Hormuz. If shipments cannot pass through the Red Sea's southern strait, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, they only have the northern route through the Suez Canal, which would add weeks to the journey and significantly raise costs. Moreover, the Houthi threat to impose a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia could significantly widen the war and strain the U.S. military. Reminder, we're talking about the Red Sea down here. Here's the Strait of Hormuz. Here is the Red Sea. Here is Saudi Arabia. The Houthis are in Yemen, and the thought is that they might prevent Saudi Arabia from shipping any oil out this way. And some oil could go through Suez. It would cost more. Fully laden, the kind of tankers they usually use to carry their oil, the VLCCs, very large crude carriers, if they are fully laden, reportedly they can't even go through the Strait of Hormuz. Can't even go through the Suez Canal. It's not deep enough. So we already have a crisis in one key waterway, possibly a developing crisis in shipping restrictions in another key waterway in the Middle East. And oil price check. Okay. Here is Brent crude market open again. 95.65. Brent crude. That is the 6-month chart. Before the war, it was in around 70. Then it went up to even about 120 during the war. Got back down to around 70 a few weeks ago at the start of July when all this talk of negotiations was happening and the memorandum of understanding was signed. But since then, it's gone up from roughly 70 to 95. That's an over 35%. I think it's around a 35% increase from in just the last 2.5, 3 weeks. That's from tradingview.com. You can see right there. Similar with US WTI crude. There's the 6-month chart. It is now at 88. It had gotten back down to in the 60s. July 2nd, 67.72. Now it's 88. We certainly could see a $100 barrel of oil of Brent crude again very soon. I do not trade oil. No, I do not have any kind of trades or oil holdings. I do not buy and sell oil on the oil market. So you're on your own. I'm not giving anybody financial advice one way or the other. The uranium says not yet. Wona says the crazy thing is Wona thinks we're still at the early stages of the war. Wona says it might turn out it'll be the longest war we've ever been in. That's what Wona says. Also remember, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard claimed tonight, that another ship had had an explosion in the Strait of Hormuz. Here it is again. This comes after, remember what President Trump said earlier today? He said, earlier today, President Trump said, hold on a moment here. I have to pull it up for you. It's so far back. Sorry, it's taking too long to pull it up. I'm going back to it. Here it is. There it is. I see it right now. There. President Trump said today, from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, anytime it shoots, not even sinks a ship or hits a ship, anytime it shoots at a ship, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Well, tonight, the Iran Revolutionary Guard is claiming that a ship has had an explosion in the Strait of Hormuz. Here's what they say. One of 3 ships attempting to pass through the unsafe Strait of Hormuz caught fire, and the other 2 ships quickly turned back. 3 oil tankers, incited and lured by the U.S.'s child-killing army, were attempting to pass through a mine-laden route in the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. After a severe explosion and fire on one of them, the other 2 quickly turned around and retreated. By the way, they've made several announcements like this lately in recent days. This seems to be the way they announce that they've attacked a ship, to me. The powerful IRGC Navy emphasizes that the Strait of Hormuz is under our control and will remain completely closed as long as the U.S. continues its acts of aggression in the region. No oil tankers will enter or leave, and any ship that falls for the U.S.'s deception and attempts to pass through without coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran will meet the same fate. So, are we going to hear soon about another ship attacked in the Strait of Hormuz? Is that going to be confirmed? And if it is confirmed, is President Trump going to then attack a power plant or a bridge like he threatened to? Has there been any oil spillage from any of these tankers? I don't know. I mean, I feel like we haven't really heard about it. I feel like we heard about maybe a little bit of it at the start of the war, but I'm not aware of it. But I don't know for sure. Especially recently, I haven't been hearing about it, but I don't know for sure. I mean, a lot of the attacks recently have seemed to be things like, I don't really remember a lot of the attacks having the ships sink. Some of the ships keep going, sometimes they're disabled, but anyways, I'm not positive. Vahid posts, I don't have the rights to the photos. Vahid posted some photos that claim to show the aftermath of explosions in Kermanshah province. Big columns of smoke at night. Big thank you to P.A. Jeeper. P.A. Jeeper says oil was $127 under a barrel under Obama in 2009. Relax. Thank you, P.A. Jeeper, for your support. I think it was 2008, just to clarify. There's an article on Wikipedia called 2000's Energy Crisis. You can read it there. It says that, for example, oil peaked at $147.30 in July 2008. Commentators attributed these price increases to multiple factors, including Middle East tension, soaring demand from China, the falling value of the U.S. dollar, reports showing a decline in petroleum reserves, worries over peak oil, and financial speculation. You can read about that in Wikipedia. Thank you so much, P.A. Jeeper. Thanks, Rita R64. Thank you, and thanks for shouting out our moderators, Rita. Thank you, Hell of a Time, for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Hell of a Time. Thank you. Also, Beam Me Up. Beam Me Up thanks for your support. Thinks the stock market is out of sync. Brent oil is selling for 140 plus per physical barrel in the real world. Is that true? I haven't read about the physical price recently. Beam Me Up. I mean, I remember at the start of the war, there was reports of a big difference between the physical price and the futures price. I haven't heard as much about that lately. So I don't know. I just haven't really heard about it much about it lately. Yeah, I mean, I know back in the beginning of April, the spot price of physical cargoes of crude oil was around 141. And that was about $32 higher than the futures contract. I do not know what the spot price is right now. Thank you. Beam me up. It's a good question. I'll have to see if I can find out something about that. Hey, Hell of a Time gave 10 people more memberships. Hell of a Time gave 15 memberships. Actually 25 memberships. Hell of a Time gave 25 of you memberships in the YouTube chat. Please thank Hell of a Time 77 for the gift memberships if you got one. That's very nice of Hell of a Time. Thank you so much. Really nice of you. 25 memberships. Wow. Thank you. All right, hang on a moment. Trying to get you more updates here on what's going on. Michelle Lauzone, our viewer, thinks that Israel and the U.S. attacking Iran and getting hit back is not a NATO matter. That's what Michelle thinks. You know, Wickedest Witch mentioned NATO, and she mentioned Article 6 of NATO. Hang on. Yeah, this is interesting. The point that some people are claiming in the chat that have been claiming that NATO should aid the U.S. because Iran is attacking the U.S. and then it's a defensive alliance and the U.S. is a NATO member. And something I've said is, well, I don't know if NATO countries think that a defensive treaty applies when if in a situation where one of the countries in NATO's attacks another country and then gets attacked back. But there's another thing that Wickedest Witch brought up, which is interesting. So I'm looking at Article 6 of the NATO treaty, and it says, for the purposes of Article 5, an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe. Oh, yeah. So Article 5 says, an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America, by the way, in Europe or North America. And then Article 6 says, for the purpose of Article 5, an armed attack on one or more of the parties is deemed to include an armed attack on the territory of any of the parties in Europe or North America, or on the Algerian departments of France, or on the territory of Turkey, or on the islands, or under the jurisdiction of any of the parties in the North Atlantic area, north of the Tropic of Cancer, or on the forces, vessels, or aircraft of any of the parties when in or over these territories, or any other area or Europe in which occupation forces of any of the parties were stationed on the date where the treaty entered into force. Or in the so I guess geographically, it looks like there's a restriction on that it wouldn't apply if one of the forces was attacked in the Middle East. Now, by the way, that's not to say, strictly speaking, I can imagine a case. Suppose that a NATO country had forces, stationed somewhere around the world, and then like another country just like brutally attacked those forces and killed all the forces. While strictly speaking, if I'm reading this correct, that the NATO treaty might not apply, I could see a world in which other NATO countries said, well, that fits within the spirit of the treaty. So, I think it's a good point that Wickedest Witch made, that, and again, there might be something here I'm missing, but at least the language of the treaty suggests that an attack in the Middle East wouldn't invoke Article 5. But at the same time, I'll say, like, I don't know. I'm not a NATO expert. For all I know, that there's a common understanding from NATO countries that it's not geographically restricted necessarily, depending on the nature of the attack. So it's a good question. Again, I don't want, it's an interesting topic. I don't want to get into a whole research project stream on the legality of NATO, on the legal technicalities of the NATO agreement, but I really appreciate Wickedest Witch writing in and sharing that. All right, hang on a moment here. By the way, I'm not kidding you. Hell of a Time just gave 20 more memberships. Hell of a Time has now given, in the last few minutes, 45 memberships to people in the chat. Wow. That is really nice of you, Hell of a Time. I hope people thanks Hell of a Time for all the memberships. Really kind of Hell of a Time 77 from Canada. Very kind of you, and I appreciate that. Please thank Hell of a Time or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. I have an update about the Salamche border crossing, which Iran claims that the U.S. launched an attack, a rocket attack on the Iraq-Iran border crossing. Give me a second here. Hang on. Hang on. Latest update on traffic at the Shalamche border crossing. Deputy Governor of Khuzestan Province, Iran. Traffic at the border crossing is still ongoing and rescue operations are continuing on site. The injured in this incident are receiving medical treatment and care. I cannot confirm that this actually happened the way they're saying it happened, but again, the deputy governor claims 2 people have been killed in an attack by the American terrorist enemy on the Shalamcha border at the border crossing. All right, give me a moment here. One moment. All right, now. This is a post from Patrick Dahan, Gas Buddy Guy. Gas Buddy Guy Patrick Dahan says, oops, you can't see it. You'll see it now. WTI crude oil now up around $20 per barrel in the last 3 weeks, or nearly 30%. Coupled with Ukraine refinery attacks in Russia, we're likely to see average gas prices soon head to $4.20 to $4.30 a gallon in the next few weeks. That's according to Patrick Dahan, Gas Buddy Guy. Currently, according to AAA, the average gas price in the U.S. is $4.06. According to AAA, that is today's average, $4.06. B. Earhart thinks CENTCOM will be calling it a night shortly. It is 4:31. Iran time. No updates yet from UK MTO. No updates about a possible. They have not confirmed that a second tanker was attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. The Houthis said they attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers. But UK MTO has said one ship. They have one ship confirmed attacked, not in the Strait of Hormuz, in the Red Sea, by the Houthis. So the UK MTO confirmed one. They have confirmation that one ship, one tanker was attacked in the Red Sea. So we have no confirmation from them yet of a second tanker. Also, Iran claimed that there was a ship that exploded in the Strait of Hormuz. We have no confirmation of that from UK MTO. Oh, by the way, Louis R. just sent 50 more memberships. 50 memberships. Wow. That is incredibly generous of you, Louis R. I think Louis R. had already given 50 memberships. I think Louis R. has now given 100 memberships. So thank you so much, Louis R. I think, by the way, so I really appreciate it. Please thank Louis if you got a membership from Louis. That's so generous of you. Thank you. By the way, I think maybe what we should do is maybe look at, I think we should maybe look at um, the ship tracker and see what we're seeing in the Red Sea, maybe? Hang on a moment here. I need a second. I need a second. Yeah, we'll do that. I need a sec. Give me that. Give me a second. We'll do that in a second. If I can pull it up here. Oh, here we go. It's being all weird. Now, let's see if this works. Can I do the history here? Where's history? Ah, oh no, wait, hold on a second here. I need one more second. Hang on, I need one more second here. I need one more second to get this ready. I apologize. It's a whole thing. Ugh, it's being difficult here. I'm trying. It's. Where is this here? I'm having an issue. I have to figure out. There's a marine traffic issue that I think I might have to deal with after the stream. I don't think I can deal with it right now. I have to switch the account so I can get the right plan to show you the. It's not letting me do it right now. It's not letting me do it. It's a whole technical thing. So I'll have, when we get off the air, I'll have to get into that with them and get that fixed. It's not working properly at the moment. Unfortunately, I'm trying, but it's just not happening. Oh, hold on. Let's try this. Let's try this. I may have done it. I think I did it. I think I'm getting it done. I think I'm getting it done, guys. I think we're going to be able to do this. Let's see. Fingers crossed. Okay, we're done. We're back. We can now do We can now do the playback, like I told you we would. Oh, now, well, it's not actually. I think I'm gonna have to sign out and sign back in. Hold on. Let's sign out. Let's sign back in. We're good. All right. I'm going to pull up the Red Sea now. So we're going to see if we can notice anything going on in the Red Sea during the day. You know, there's been reports that ships have turned around in the Red Sea because of the Houthi threats. So what I want to do is pull up, all right, there's marinetraffic.com, ship tracking and marine analytics provider. So we need to go to the Red Sea. We never do this for the Red Sea. We do it for the Strait of Hormuz. And we want to do playback. I don't know where to focus here. Let's do playback for the last 24 hours, maybe? And see what it looks like? Zoom in now. Where's Yanbu? I don't know where we're going to see. Let's see. All right, we're doing this here, and we're gonna. This is the last 24 hours. So I guess we have to see if any ships turn around. Hold on, it's thinking. Hang on, it's hung up. It's hung up for a second. There we go. All right. There's a lot to look at there. This is the Red Sea. Oh, it stopped playing. Let's play again. What happened? Why did it stop playing? What's wrong with you? Now it's playing again. It seems to be not working particularly well. Try it again. It's breaking news, marine traffic is having an issue. I'm trying to play it, and it keeps stopping. What's going on? Maybe I'll try refreshing. Refresh. Now we'll try it again. It's like when I speed it up, it stops playing. We might have to have a conversation with marine traffic about this. I don't know what's happening. Unless there's just too many ships. You guys can see on the bottom there. So this is the last 24 hours. I guess what we would need to figure out specific ships that turned around. I don't know if any of you see any ships turning around. Let me know if you find one that turned around. There might be some reporting about which ships turned around. What I also should do is look at ships going down towards the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. I was trying to speed it up some, but we'll see if we can speed it up a little bit. There, I sped it up some. Where is Yanbu, by the way? So Yanbu, that is a key Saudi port right there, Yanbu. And remember that Iran, the Houthis have said that ships are not supposed to load or unload at any Saudi port. Someone said try filtering out Saudi flag ships. Oh well, first of all, we'll check out the two ships that the Houthis said that they attacked. We will check that out. But down here, I mean, it's kind of tough because it's a long way to look. That right there is the. Oh, there may have been ships that turned around in here too. Yesterday or the day before, we saw a couple of ships that turned around here, that were going towards the strait and then turned around. Although some ships are still clearly going through the strait. the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. What if I go back here? Because there were some ships yesterday that were going to the strait and then they just turned around and they never went through. What I'll do for now is I'm going to look up the two ships that were said to have been attacked by the Houthis. And one of them was called Layla, and the other one was called, the attack that's been confirmed is the Encelia. Oh, one of these ships, though, is not visible. Encelia oil products tanker. That's Saudi Arabia flagged. 9 minutes ago. Okay, we can see this one. So this one, according to Reuters, this has been attacked. This is the Encelia. It's a Saudi flagged oil products tanker. Now let's look at the past track. Oh, this is helpful. This is helpful. Okay, good. We couldn't see this before. All right, this is apparently the ship that has been confirmed to have been attacked. And there's a second ship which is unconfirmed. According to Reuters, this ship had transmitted a distress call saying it had been struck by a missile near the Saudi port of Jizan. And there's Jizan right there. See? So we're going to play this back. And what you can see is that this ship, on July 20th, it was up here. Looks like it left Yanbu on July 20th. Okay? And then it went down here, went down here, went down here. Fine, 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 fine. Fine until not fine, until down here, it ends up here. You can see the speed here was about 11, and then speed 8, speed 10, speed 10, speed 5. Currently, it is not under command. And let's do the playback here of this. So it did leave Yanbu, it looks like, a couple days ago. We're playing back the Encelia. Okay, there it is. Left Yanbu. Again, this is a Saudi oil tanker. It's either an oil tanker or an oil products tanker. And it has apparently been attacked by the Houthis in the Red Sea off the coast of Saudi Arabia. I don't know if it made a stop here or what. You can see it went over to here. Michael S. says not under command means it's unable to steer or move properly, not that it doesn't have a captain on board. I have to look that up. Hold on, where did it go? Looks like it stopped. Maybe it stopped for a little bit. Oh, let's keep going. All right, keep going. There it is. I'm seeing online it says it's unable to maneuver. It's unable to maneuver, I guess. I'm seeing online some sites are saying that not under command means not able to maneuver. I don't know that I have that confirmed from marine traffic, but I'm seeing it said online a number of places. Maybe somebody else. Michael S. says that in the chat. So the ship, you can see, did I stop it? Oh, no, it's hold on, it's thinking. Spinning circle. Maybe marine traffic is just overloaded today because everybody's going on marine traffic to look up ships. Yeah, look, we're getting, I never get spinning circles on marine traffic. See, look at that. It just stopped. I'm going to check one thing, though. Seems to be moving now. Hold on, you'll see it there. There it is. Keeps stopping. All right, now let's look at it. Wow. I'm going to have to reach out to marine traffic about this because this is normally not the case. It never stops. Now it just keeps spinning circle all the time. All right, hold on. All right, so we'll come back to this. I don't want to delay everything. We got to check for some updates. Anyways, there it is right there. There it is. You can see it was heading out, and then it came to a stop right here. There it is. It's sitting there. It's not under command, it says, which I believe, as our viewer says, is it can't maneuver. And that's where it is right now, 9 minutes ago. Load condition, it is laden. It has a load, guys. It has a load on that ship. And again, it is the Encelia, an oil products tanker. Michaelopoulos says you can't park there. So that has apparently been attacked by the Houthis with a missile. And it's Saudi flagged. It's a Saudi flagged tanker. It flies under the flag of Saudi Arabia. Now, let me check for some other updates here. Hold on. One moment here. Door Machine says that ship has a big load. Oh, I know what to do. I think I know what happened, maybe. One moment. I think I fixed the playback issue, by the way. Anyways, I'm not worried about it right now. Let's get you some more updates. But I think the playback issue might have been my fault, and I think I fixed it. All right, now, I don't want to unfairly tarnish the reputation of marine traffic. I think I got it fixed. Okay, we have new reports now from Iran. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let's see. Nothing on IRNA. Iran state media says 11 injured in U.S. missile attack on the Iran-Iraq border. That's the claim from Iranian state TV. And yes, Mer News is claiming the same thing right now. I cannot verify this actually happened, but the deputy governor of Khuzestan province for security affairs announced in a missile attack by the U.S. terrorist army on the Shalamche border crossing between Iran and Iraq, 2 of our fellow citizens were killed and 11 were injured. The movement of Arba'in pilgrims is proceeding smoothly, and all executive and service agencies are fully providing services to the pilgrims. This I cannot confirm for you, but I'm just letting you know. And some people mentioned Flight Radar 24. Let me check on that for you. Thanks to Troy Gann. Troy says, in 1979 to 1981, what happened, please? I don't know what you're referring to, Troy Gann. What are you referring to? I'm not, maybe if I have time later, I'll try to research what you may refer to. But I got to get to Flight Radar 24. Okay, so people are tracking this plane. This is so frequently we see these kind of E-3B Sentries. It's an AWACS plane. It's a command and control plane. Now it's squawking 7,700, which is an emergency, But I do want to remind you something about planes squawking 7,700. It actually is a pretty common thing to happen. And most of the time, the plane does not crash. So if you can look here on the Flight Radar 24 blog, that says squawking 7,700 in-flight emergencies from a pilot's perspective. If you go down to the end, it says 99% of the emergencies observed on websites like Flight Radar 24 are very benign events. Unfortunately, Twitter seems to go nuts when an aircraft squawks 7,700. Emergency doesn't necessarily mean passengers and crew are in a life and death struggle worthy of the evening news. Most of the time, the crew is using an abundance of caution and letting ATC know that they are working with an abnormal situation. Okay. That being said, there is a AWACS plane squawking 7,700 after, I guess, being up there for a while. So I don't know if the plane's having an issue. I don't know. That is a Boeing E-3B Sentry command and control aircraft. It's the #1 tracked plane. Actually, I can probably show you here. Here is something about the Boeing E-3B Sentry from the Air Force. There it is, the Boeing E-3 Sentry, AWACS. See? It's an airborne warning and control system aircraft with integrated command and battle control management. It provides an accurate real-time picture of the battle space to the Joint Air Operations Center. It provides situational awareness of friendly, neutral, and hostile activity, command and control of an area of responsibility, battle management of theater forces, all altitude and all weather surveillance of the battle space, and early warning of enemy actions during joint, allied, and coalition operations. Mr. Satnav says less than 20 of these were built ever? Wikipedia says that 68 were built. E-3 Sentry, 68 were built, according to Wikipedia. But it just says Boeing E-3. Production ended in 1992 after 68 aircraft had been built, says Wikipedia. Primary function, airborne battle management, command and control. Anyways, one of those is up there, and it is squawking 7,700, and it is at 20,000 feet, according to Flight Radar 24. I don't know if we're getting an accurate picture of it. There might be GPS jamming going on or something like that. I don't know. Anyways, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But it's at 20,050 feet. Sorry. Looks like it's maybe circling. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that situation. Update on oil. Brent crude is now up over 96 now, according to tradingview.com. Brent crude is at 96. The new trading day started for Brent crude, I think, a couple hours ago. But if you look at the 6-month chart there, it had gotten back down to about 70 or so, 70, 71 a few weeks ago. Now it's back up to 96. That's a 6-month chart there. WTI crude, according to tradingview.com, is at 88.3. It had gotten down a few weeks ago to about 67 or so. Marl 33 thinks maybe by Friday, Brent crude will be 100. It's at 96. It's going up. It's going up more. It's going up more. It's at 96.28. Now, it's not that far. It's not that far from 100 right now. It's at 96.28. It's at 96.30. It's at 96.36. It's only $3.65 from 100 again, guys. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Matilda says, to the moon. Knox Corvus says, oil prices affect everyone. It is 5 a.m. Iran time. I haven't seen an announcement from the U.S. that they're done with their strikes, by the way. That I have not seen. No comment at all from the U.S. None. Not a peep that I've seen. No peeps about the Houthis saying they have attacked 2 Saudi tankers in the Red Sea. One of those attacks is confirmed. One Saudi tanker confirmed attacked by the UKMTO. Not a peep from the U.S. yet. What are they going to do about it? Nothing from President Trump. Oh, we do have a post on Flight Radar 24 about the plane. U.S. Air Force E-3B, that's an AWACS plane, we were just looking at this, is squawking 7700 general emergency over Saudi Arabia. The aircraft is tracked by MLAT. Some track variation and error is expected in this region for aircraft tracked by MLAT. More on MLAT. Flight Radar 24 says, of the thousands of aircraft we track each day, many do not have an ADS-B transponder and still rely on an older transponder to report flight information. For these aircraft, we've developed our receivers and software to take advantage of multilateralization. Multilateration. It's a technology they have developed. It requires 3 or more receivers in the region to receive a signal from the same aircraft. Anyways, you can read more about that at flightradar24.com. But what they say is that this aircraft is tracked by MLAT. Some track variation and error is expected in this region for aircraft tracked by MLAT. I do not know what the issue is with this plane. It is still at the same height. It still appears to be circling. I wonder if it's basically still just doing its job. I mean, it seems to be, it's the same height as when we checked before. It's circling around, so maybe it's still just doing what it was doing. I don't know. I would love to be able to find out some more reports about, reportedly some ships have turned around in the Red Sea. If I find the names of them, I'll let you know. I'm checking a couple different things here. The New York Times talked to a U.S.-based risk advisor focused on Yemen, who told the New York Times that the Houthis' alleged tanker strikes today demonstrated the Houthis were racing up the escalation ladder. Now, we've been talking about whether the Saudis would respond militarily to this. By the way, I assume it's a huge deal to Saudi Arabia that the Houthis said they attacked 2 Saudi tankers. And the one that's been confirmed is a Saudi tanker. Well, from what we can tell, Encilia is the one that's been confirmed from what Reuters said. And that's a Saudi-flagged tanker. I assume that's a pretty big deal for Saudi Arabia, that the Houthis hit at least one of their tankers with a missile. So the expert that the Times talked to said that the Saudis could respond militarily. Oh, also, hold on a second here. Give me a moment here. The April Lee edit says, but they won't. Hey, look, oil is back down to 95.82 after being at 96.30. I don't know what's really going on with it, but we'll keep an eye on it. That's tradingview.com. Marsh, our viewer, Mark Levant says the Saudis should respond. I haven't seen anything from President Trump about the Houthis. This got posted again. One of our viewers just commented on this too. They just posted this again. Are they posting this every day now? TravelGov, at TravelGov, State Department, worldwide caution. Due to heightened tensions in the Middle East, the security environment remains complex with the potential for unforeseen escalation. I think this is basically the same post they've posted the last 2 days. Iran and groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or at locations associated with the U.S. and Americans throughout the world, including U.S. businesses and other institutions. See that? Americans outside the Middle East should consider travel to and through the region. Should reconsider travel to and through the region. And they seem to be posting a message like that every day now. Oh, I have something from this I think I have something from the Institute for the Study of War. Let's see here. Did they post a new update? Let's see. Oh, they have a nice map here. Okay. I have an update from the Institute for the Study of War, and they have a nice map of the Red Sea. So this is Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. I'll post a link to this article in the chat so you can check it out. But they actually have a map of the Red Sea. ISW-CTP is tracking initial reports that the Houthis attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea today. Sources close to the Houthis previously stated the Houthis had finished deploying missiles and drones near the Bab el-Mandeb Strait to attack civilian shipping, according to the Joint Maritime Information Center yesterday. At least 7 vessels have changed course to avoid transiting through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait in light of the Houthi blockade on Saudi ports. Now, I don't know about this. Did this really happen yesterday? They say the U.S. has increasingly struck Iranian targets outside of southern Iran. We've been seeing that some, including western and northwestern Iran. The U.S. also struck unspecified targets in the Parchin military complex near Tehran. I think that was last night, which the Iranian regime uses to produce advanced munitions, including drones and missiles. We had heard about some possible strikes near there last night. I didn't really get updates on what happened, though. Let me see what they said. At least, so they said they're tracking reports that the Houthis attacked two Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea today. That's what the Houthis said they did. UK MTO confirmed that one tanker has been attacked. At least 7 vessels have changed course to avoid transiting through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait in light of the Houthi blockade on Saudi ports. Let's see here. The European Union Naval Force warned commercial vessels with links to the U.S., Israel, and Saudi Arabia today against sailing in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Commercial ship traffic through the Strait, Bab al-Mandeb Strait, did continue today despite the Houthis' threats against commercial vessels, however. Commercially available ship tracking data from July 22nd shows 30 commercial vessels have transited through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait since the last data cutoff yesterday. That is a notable decrease from the 64 commercial vessels that transited the previous day, however. At least one oil tanker transporting crude from Yanbu, Jinlongyang, initially changed course on July 21st to avoid crossing the strait, but has begun to reapproach it. We have to look that ship up on marine traffic. Houthi officials have emphasized the Houthis will maintain their blockade on Saudi ports until Saudi Arabia lifts its blockade on Yemeni ports and airports. Look at this nice map they put up there. Wow. As of today, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, at least 7 vessels have changed course to avoid transiting through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait here in light of the Houthi blockade on Saudi ports. Saudi Arabia, Yemen, where the Houthis are. At least one oil tanker transporting crude oil from Yanbu, the Jinlongyang, initially changed course on July 21st to avoid crossing the strait, but has begun to reapproach the strait. We're going to look that up right now. They also say the Lujiangku oil tanker bound for Yanbu, Saudi Arabia's main oil export terminal on the Red Sea, turned away, I think we saw this yesterday, from the strait while in the Gulf of Aden on July 22nd. I'm going to, again, post this article for you so you can get the map if you want. Let's look up the that ship. What's it called? Jinlongyang. I found it. I found the ship that they were talking about. Let's look at it. It's the Jinlongyang ship. It is a crude oil tanker. It flies under the flag of Singapore. It left Saudi Arabia. I'm guessing that's Yanbu province. I'm guessing that's Yanbu port. Yanbu port, there it is. So it left Yanbu port, and let's see where it is now. Position received 8 hours ago. I don't know if that's because it stopped or if turned off its tracking or what. All right, there's Jinlongyang. Let's look up the past track for Jinlongyang. Okay, this is interesting. So let's see. So it left Yanbu. Then it goes down here. Fine. It's going. And then look what happened here. It turns around but then it turned back and it kept going and it kept going. But that's from 8 hours ago, right there. It's laden. So what happened to it? Let's see if I can get the playback to work. There it is. Okay, look, I'm going to speed it up and you can watch the ship. You can watch what happened to it if this works. All right, there it's going down. It's going towards the strait, going to Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Everything's going well. But look what happens now. Oh my gosh, it did a 180. Now it's going back up. Crazy. So it did that. That was yesterday. John and Jamie said, indecisive captain. Okay, so it went up there, it stopped for a while, kind of hung out. It hung out, but then it's hanging out. It's still hanging out there. As you can see on the bottom, the playback is still going. I think the playback is still going. Now it's still playing back. Playback is still going. Maybe I'll sped up as much as I can speed it up. Now look what, now it keeps going. Oh my gosh. It went back down. Look at this. The Jin Long Yang. What happened there? Any chance the Houthis are charging ships tolls? Is there any chance of that? Is there any possibility that they, like Iran reportedly have done? Oh, now it says available satellite. I don't care about that. Okay. Because it did stop for a while. It reversed and stopped for a while, and then it kept going. And then this is 8 hours ago. I don't know, guys. David Joe Clote says, I don't think so. So that was a ship that did turn around, presumably because they were worried about the Houthi threat yesterday, and they went in reverse, but then they kept going today. Oh, did one Music Switch said Saudis released a statement? Is that true? Let me check that up. Z Lion says they're probably consulting with the U.S. on how to respond. No word of it being taken over. Shin says there's a smoke pillar visible in southern Tehran. I mean, there could be a fire. It's a big country, so something could be on fire there. I don't know. I'm going to post a video that claims to be a video from the border crossing between Iran and Iraq that Iran says was struck in a U.S. attack. I don't know if this is legit. FJ just reposted that video. I posted it in the chat. I do not know if that is a legit video. Did CENTCOM post? I don't think they have said they're done yet. Nope, CENTCOM has not said they're done yet with strikes. It is currently 5:17 a.m. Iran time. CENTCOM said that they started their strikes at 5:30 a.m. U.S. time, 5:30 p.m. U.S. time, which would have been about 4 hours ago. And they have not said they're officially done. Phoenix B Rising says, Houthis collecting money from ships? I mean, I just don't know. Is there any chance that the Houthis are collecting money from ships? Oh, I have a picture supposedly of the border crossing from IRNA, Iran State Media. They have their picture. Okay, hold on. I'm going to show you this from IRNA. This is from IRNA. Remember, Iran claims that the U.S. attacked a border crossing between Iran and Iraq. Look at this. See that right there? It says border crossing is at Shalamchi is open. Rescue operations continue after the missile attack. So IRNA, which is Iran State Media, is saying that that is a picture, IRNA, that is a picture of a building that has been attacked. One building. I don't know if there's many buildings. That's what they're saying. The deputy governor of Khuzestan, deputy governor in Khuzestan province said traffic at the border is still open and rescue operations are ongoing in the area. The deputy governor, in a conversation with IRNA, said rescue operations are underway. At the scene of the incident, and the flow of the pilgrims crossing the border remains uninterrupted. Early Thursday morning, following a missile attack near the border crossing terminal, 2 people were killed and 11 injured. This says near the terminal. Jen Tugon says, trust me, bro. Up, report about JASC explosions. Vahid Online just posted that he got messages 7 minutes ago. And Vahid said that 7 minutes ago, some people told him there were 2 explosions in JASC. One person said it was at the Army's naval base in JASC, Iran. Maybe it'll be the final explosions of the night for the CENTCOM. Bandar JASC, I'll show you where that is. JASC is over here. There's the Strait of Hormuz. JASC is there. Bandar e JASC. So report of a couple explosions there in the last 10 minutes. Possibly at a Navy base. Or an Army naval base. Michael Avery says the pointy bit. Hey, thanks Taxiway Aviation, who says the captain may be on the gear. You mean about the ship we were talking about before that turned around and then kept going in the Red Sea? What do you mean by on the gear? I don't know. Also, thanks to Rich Rod, who says we bombed the border overnight and the sun is bright. Yes, it actually is daylight in Iran right now. Sunrise in Tehran, for example, is 5:04 a.m. It's currently 5:22 a.m. Sunrise in, is it Shalemche, Iran? It says here 5:27 a.m. I don't know about the place where that is. Maybe it's not. Maybe the picture is fake. I don't know. That's what they said. That's what they said. They said that's picture, although it would get light before sunrise. Anyways, I cannot be. Erna said that is a picture of the scene. But Rich Rod thinks maybe it is too bright to be a picture of the scene. Maybe you're right. I don't know. But also maybe they use some kind of filter on the camera or something. That I don't know. Good question, Rich Rod. Thank you, Rich Rod. Thank you, Stephen Briones, for your support. I appreciate it, Stephen. Thanks also Shelley Amsterdam, who says Trump opened the box of Pandora. Thanks a little bits for the membership. Thank you so much. Thanks Slick141 for being a member. Thank you. Thanks Lori Durstein for your support. I do want to shout out Tim Pock again. I don't know if Tim Pock's still watching, but special thanks to Tim Pock. Very much appreciated. Tim Pock, 122367. Let's see. Shout out also to our Twitch subscribers like Ninja Baseball Batman, Ndot, Seed Music, Wall Street, Shaggy, Cookie Mayor, Midtown Mike. Thanks. SDF DSV, Carlinism, Ndot, Slippy, Justin D. Winters, Nummy Yummy. Also, over there on Twitch, did I thank Slippy? I think I did. O'Shea Matt. Thanks for, and all of our other subscribers there. And let me do a quick shout out of our YouTube members. Paula Faust, Michael Avery, YT, just use my name, please. Ladybug Bug, Buckeye Boys, Evelyn in Maine, Tim Pock. Tim Pock's still there. There's Tim Pock right there. Paula Faust, Ron Lolordo, Jesse James, Lisa Vanderstein, Darcy Dude That, Josh Lacey, Captain Jenks, Deborah Hordes, McGovern Jimmy, thank you, Claudiot, Frankly Speaking, Austin Batman, Elmo. These are just some of our YouTube members. Thank you. Dr. Santos J. Thanks also Frukar Toffine for the bits on Twitch. Cece for the bits on Twitch. DSPBB for the bits on Twitch. New Yorker 783, thank you. A Little Bits on Twitch gave out a gift sub. Thank you, A Little Bits. Hokies alum subscribed. And Guy from the 207, thanks for your support on Twitch. And also, I am looking. President Trump has a schedule tomorrow. In case you're wondering about President Trump's schedule tomorrow, I just got that in. All right, here I'm going to show you President Trump's schedule for tomorrow. Are you ready here? That didn't work. Let's try this one more time. Haven't heard anything from him about the Houthis yet, which I think is huge news. All right, so here is the schedule, daily guidance and press schedule. 9 a.m. pool call time. President departs the White House en route to the EPA. He arrives at the EPA. I guess he's doing something at the EPA tomorrow, but I don't know what. Oh, well, he's making an announcement on the Ratepayer Protection Pledge at 2:30. So I guess he's going to be at the EPA for a while. Then he's making an announcement on the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. I don't know what that is. Then he's leaving the EPA and going back to the White House. Then at the White House, he is hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in the Rose Garden, the 2025 World Series champions. Then he'll participate in a policy meeting. Then he will greet the U.S. ambassador to Switzerland and Liechtenstein and Newt Gingrich. And there will be a press briefing, a White House press briefing at 11 a.m. Ron Lolordo says closing EPA forever. I've not heard any reporting that he's doing that. Brian J. Birch thinks he's probably firing at everyone at EPA. By the way, we told you that Vahid a few minutes ago reported explosions in Jask, Iran. Iran State TV is also saying now that local sources reported hearing an explosion in Jask. This is interesting. Guys, I have something for you. AP's Farnoosh Amiri says, this was just reposted by Jennifer Griffin. Farnoosh Amiri with AP says, British embassy is withdrawing its staff from Iran. Last time they did this was the day before the Iran war began on February 27th. Again, Farnoosh Amiri is with AP. This was reposted by Jennifer Griffin. And if you go to the site, the British government site, it says, will it say this? Let's see. UK staff have been temporarily withdrawn. Updated July 22nd. UK staff have been temporarily withdrawn from Iran. Our embassy continues to operate normally. Remotely. Our embassy continues to operate remotely. All right, so again, I haven't been keeping up on this, but this is, again, Farnoosh Amiri, who is a national security and foreign policy reporter with AP, says that the British embassy is withdrawing its staff from Iran, and the last time they did this was the day before the Iran war began on February 27th. Jonathan Sharp says MI6 knows what's about to happen. A reminder, as we said earlier, the Wall Street Journal has a report today that says that the U.S. has been surging forces recently to the Middle East to give Trump more military options. In the past week, they said special operations forces have been sent to the Middle East from their U.S. bases. They say that squadrons of jet fighters have been staged across the Middle East. They say bombers in the UK and US are on alert. We've also heard other reports of a bunch of fighters and a refueling aircraft being moved into the region recently. Also, the Wall Street Journal says more than 150 medics have arrived at the hospital in Germany that is the main location for treating troops injured in combat in the Middle East. That's Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. So in recent days, more than 150 medics have arrived there, according to Wall Street Journal. Ron Lolordo says, sounds ominous, especially the medics. Jonathan Sharp says, not a good sign, very ominous. Z-Lion thinks, sounds like an escalation is about to happen. Digital Communist says, things are escalating. Cameo says, not good. Pink Puffin says they still have a manned embassy. I guess the UK technically does, but what they said in their announcement today is that their embassy is operating remotely. By the way, that reporter from AP is not the only one who reported that. The Jerusalem Post says that has an article today that says, today, Britain's Foreign Office withdrew embassy staff from Iran. So Jerusalem Post also said that happened today. Same thing with Times of Israel. Times of Israel said that happened today. The UK said it's temporarily withdrawn its diplomatic staff in Iran. And again, Times of Israel says that they reported that happened today. You know, I don't know if the warning that was sent out today by the State Department, which looked similar to the ones the last couple of days, is there part of that that's different? Let's see here. I think the part maybe is U.S. businesses. So in the announcement yesterday, that they issued, that the alert, or 2 days ago, it doesn't say businesses. It says Iran and groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or locations associated with the United States and Americans throughout the world. The one today says Iran and groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or at locations associated with the United States and Americans throughout the world, including U.S. businesses and other institutions. Maybe that's the new part today. I'm not sure. Hey, Keith Roberts, that's very kind of you. Now, Keith says, this is what Keith says in his comment. He says he supported Trump in 2 elections. He said, I should have seen the writing on the wall, but I failed to. So it sounds like Keith has changed his mind. That's what he says in his comment. Has Iran responded tonight? We heard early in the stream, we heard the Kuwait said they were under an Iranian drone attack. Now, I haven't heard about much. At one point, I think Iran media claimed that there were explosions in Jordan, which usually means they fired at Jordan. But we have not heard much about Iran responses during this evening. Although I will say, after our last stream last night, during the day today, there appeared to be a number of times when Iran was firing on other countries. CENTCOM, I don't think, still hasn't posted yet, right? Yeah, guys, it's now 5:37 a.m. Iran time. It's daylight there. CENTCOM still has not posted that their strikes are officially done. Thanks again, Keith Roberts. Thanks, Jen Tugan. Thank you, Jen Tugan. Austin Batman thinks the U.S. is not finished yet. They just bombed Jask. We heard about the Jask thing about 20 minutes ago so from Vahid. PW360 says, is there any chance Israel and Saudi Arabia will strike the Houthis while we start our major combat operations? I mean, I just have a hard time thinking that Israel is going to get back into the fighting lightly. And we talked about this last night. And I mentioned that, for example, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal talking about Israel staying out of the war right now. The Wall Street Journal reported that the U.S. asked Israel to stay out right now, and they said things like that. If you want to read it on the journal, the article is titled "Why Israel is Sitting Out the Latest U.S. Bombing Campaign in Iran." But some of the things they said that other Persian Gulf Arab states are worried that if Israel gets involved in the war, then Iran might attack energy infrastructure. They might retaliate by attacking energy infrastructure in surrounding countries. Also, it is said in the article that it is believed by some that if Israel gets involved, that would make it harder for Iranian leadership to actually agree to some kind of peace deal. So again, they haven't been involved. I would think that the U.S. wants them to not get involved right now, unless they urgently need their military support. And even if they, so I guess you could argue maybe the U.S. doesn't have enough resources to do Iran and the Houthis. In that case, would Israel support the effort against the Houthis? But you're still, it is an escalation, I believe, if Israel gets involved against, even an Iranian bat group. I do think there's a risk of escalation there, and I just don't know that Israel would see the benefit and the U.S. would see the benefit as worth the cost. Also, as we read in the Reuters article before, for years the U.S. and Israel have attacked the Houthis on a number of occasions, and they have not managed to prevent them from still attacking shipping. So I don't know. Is Israel going to attack the Houthis because the Houthis attacked a couple of Saudi ships also? Does Israel want... Israel was attacking the Houthis when the Houthis were firing missiles at Israel. I don't know that Israel wants to establish some sort of... I don't know if people in Israel would be overjoyed with Israel pilots flying for hours and risking their lives and spending Israeli taxpayer money on attacking the Houthis after they've struck Saudi Arabian ships. You know what I'm saying? I'm raising possible problems for this view that Israel's going to do this. So again, I don't know for sure, but I think there's a number of reasons to believe that Israel right now is not going to start attacking the Houthis. Darcy Do That says, I doubt Israel will defend Saudi Arabia. It is this open question, though, of will Israel eventually get back into the war effort? Slick says U.S. probably wants Israel to stay out of it because we may be parking our airplanes there. The U.S. is using Israeli, I think they've been using Ben Gurion to have a lot of, to store and house their refueling aircraft. Dan Marshall says, we gave the Saudis an Air Force, let them handle it. Anyways, yeah, I am interested to see, and I don't know what's going to happen. I would not be surprised at all if the Saudi Arabia launched some sort of strike against the Houthis. The Houthis have attacked one or two Saudi tankers. Did the Saudi press agency post something? Hold on a second here. I think they did. The official Saudi press agency. I have an update from the Saudi press agency. Look, news update from Saudi state media about one of the tankers. TGA's official source. All crew members aboard the vessel Incelia are safe, that's a tanker, and necessary measures have been taken to secure it. An official source at the Transport General Authority stated that the vessel Incelia, owned by a Saudi company, was targeted while sailing in the Red Sea, resulting in a fire at the bow of the vessel. The source confirmed that the safety of all crew members and that all relevant authorities have taken the necessary measures to secure the vessel and its crew and protect the marine environment. These attacks constitute a violation of international laws and conventions that guarantee the safety of commercial vessels and their crews. Austin Batman says, nice to know the crew are safe. So that's a statement from the Saudi press agency. Let me post this. That's it, says one of the, yeah, obviously there's details are not adding. Give me a moment here. I want to post this. I want to post this statement. Please bear with me. And Saudi press agency, I assume is, I have to double check here, but I strongly assume it's the official. Yeah, state news. Saudi state media. Okay, so Saudi state media confirms the tanker, the Saudi tanker in Celia was targeted in the Red Sea, resulting in a fire at the bow of the ship. All crew members are safe. So again, the Celia is the one that got hit, that's been confirmed. That would be the Houthi. I mean, the Houthi said they hit 2 tankers. I don't believe anybody else hit that tanker. So I'm going to say it's confirmed that they have attacked that tanker. That's the Celia, which you can see right here. The Celia on marinetraffic.com. That is a Saudi oil products tanker. It is 250 meters long. It is 44 meters wide. And it left Yanbu port a couple of days ago. And I'm going to show you the past track here on marinetraffic.com. And as we showed you before, it was traveling down. I don't know where it was going, but my guess is it was going to leave through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, but it never made it. It never made it because this happened. See if I can play this here. Because this happened, it was going this way. It was going, and then, you'll see, then it was not going. Dance says, what a mess. And there it was. That's the position 9 minutes ago. That's the updated position from 9 minutes ago. It is speed 5 knots, but navigational status not under command. And load condition laden. So it is carrying a load. Probably loaded up at Yanbu. Door Machine says, going, 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 not going. Yes, I agree with our viewer, End of Times Begar, that statement from the Saudi press agency was non-confrontational. That is true. They didn't even say Houthis, but I assume we might get some sort of more confrontational action from Saudi Arabia. Hang on a second here. What is the ecallregs.com? What is callregs course? Callregs course. I looked up callregs course, which I guess is the rules of the road for water. And it teaches water regulations, from what I can gather. Anyways, I'm looking at the callregs.com site. It says vessel not under command means a vessel which through some exceptional circumstances unable to maneuver as required by these rules and is therefore unable to keep out of the way of another vessel. Exceptional circumstances include steering gear failure, engine failure, electrical supply system failure, fire, flooding, uncontrollable cargo shifting, and stability issue. So that vessel right now is not under command. It cannot be maneuvered adequately. Can we zoom in here? There you go. It's there. We never heard about the second one. They said that they said the second one, the Layla, was hit. But the Layla there's a Saudi tanker, the Layla. There is a Saudi tanker, the Layla. That is a crude oil tanker. But the last update of that track-wise is 6 days ago. 6 days ago, it was in the Red Sea 6 days ago. Where is it now? I don't know. Oh, it said it had left. Well, this is from earlier, so I don't know what's going on with it. Thank you, Anonymous. Anonymous says Saudi Arabia downed missiles headed for Israel recently. When was that? When was that, Anonymous? I don't know. I didn't hear about that. Are you trying to argue that that's why Israel would want to attack the Houthis after the Houthis hit Saudi ships? A ship or ships? I'm not aware of that. I mean, I could see a world in which the Houthis at some point would have fired a missile at Israel that went over Saudi airspace that Saudi Arabia down then, but I haven't heard about that happen recently. I mean, I did a search online and I found a couple cases talked about where back in 2023 and 2024, Saudi Arabia had shot down Houthi missiles, I guess, and drones. I'm just quickly looking at this. But Gemini says Saudi Arabia maintains a strict policy of defending its own territorial sovereignty. So I don't know if that happened. I don't know that Saudi Arabia was doing it to protect Israel first and foremost. Might have been to protect Saudi Arabia. Anyways, it's an interesting point, though. I'm not going to worry more about it right now. If you're wondering, Brent crude is at 95.89. It was over 96 before. That's from tradingview.com. Thank you so much, Keith Roberts. Keith, that's so kind of you. Keith says, for the children of Menob, I say a prayer, we love you. Thank you very much, Keith Roberts. I appreciate it. Also, Ed Weeby gave a couple people memberships. That's nice of you, Ed. Thank you, Ed Weeby. The U.S. still has not said that their strikes are over, by the way, just to be clear. Hold on a second here. Oh, I should talk about this. We never talked about this at all. Trump administration weighing military operations in Mali, officials say. This is from the Washington Post. The Trump administration is weighing military action in the West African country of Mali to target an al-Qaeda affiliated group known as JNIM, say current and former U.S. officials familiar with the deliberations. If approved, it would add an eighth nation to the list of countries where President Trump has ordered strikes since the start of his second term. There is disagreement, however, among senior U.S. officials over whether to proceed with attacking the militant group. A vocal advocate for using force is Sebastian Gorka, the National Security Council's senior director for counterterrorism, according to the Washington Post sources. The militant group, whose full name is Jama'at Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin, has established a stronghold in Mali and increasingly launched attacks in coastal West African nations, establishing itself as the most well-armed militant group in the region and among the most powerful in the world. When the White House was asked for comment, an administration official would not disclose whether the president intended to move forward with military strikes, but said the U.S. has been urging governments in North and West Africa to purchase U.S. equipment and services to support their war efforts against the terrorists. The White House official said the terrorism in the Sahel, the vast semi-arid region in the south of the Sahara, is a multinational problem. The alliance of Sahel states consists of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, all West African nations where military leaders have in recent years ousted democratically elected governments in coups, largely cut ties with the West, and turned to Russia for security help. But the administration official pinned the blame not on those governments, but on their Russian partners, saying that Moscow has proven to be an ineffective security partner for Mali. We hope other African nations take note of Russia's terrible performance in combating terrorism, the official said. Mali, a landlocked nation of nearly 25 million, has in recent years been plagued by violence by Islamist militant groups and by Mali's own junta government and the Russian mercenaries whom it hired to get the situation under control. The militant groups, particularly JNIM, have grown increasingly powerful, turning Mali and its neighbors in the Sahel into the world center for terrorism. Interesting. So will there be U.S. strikes in Mali? Probably pronouncing that wrong. It's pronounced Sahel. Sahel. Not Sahel. Sahel. I do not know. This is not this is not a region I know much about. I'll tell you that. Sorry, I can't be more, lend more of my own knowledge to this. This is interesting. Any direct U.S. military involvement in Mali runs the risk of hostilities with Russian forces in the region. It also could require deconfliction efforts between Washington and Moscow, akin to ones that existed in Syria during that country's civil war. U.S. military action against JNIM in Mali would add Mali's to the list of countries where President Trump has ordered strikes: Yemen, Somalia, Syria, Iran, Iraq, Nigeria, and Venezuela. The administration has also waged a controversial military campaign against alleged drug runners in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific that has resulted in scores of deaths. Wasim Nasser, a Sahel specialist and senior research fellow at the Soufan Center, said the U.S. could be most useful by getting involved instead in conflict resolution, forcing Mali's junta government to talk with JNIM, which has focused not on global aims but on applying Islamic laws in local governance, and other political opponents whom the junta has largely silenced. Nasser thinks that opting for the military solution one more time won't get things resolved. The French tried that for 10 years. The Russians have been trying for 5 years. The situation has only gotten worse and worse. Anyways, it's an interesting article. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but something to keep an eye on. Chief Hunk says Trump actually cares about humanity. Sunshine says another mess. Let me show you where that is, that country. There is Mali in West Africa. All right, so I had forgotten to mention that earlier. Let's see, do we have updates here? Reports about a new U.S. strike in Bushehr. Now, this strike happened about 2 hours ago, but this is an update about it from Iran state media Fars. So again, current time in Iran is about 6 a.m. Around 4 a.m. today, the deputy governor of Bushehr province said around 4 a.m. today, the second missile attack on Bushehr occurred of the evening. The American enemy targeted a military site in this attack. I do not know what was targeted. Not a Cat Lady says winning is so hard. Shout out to our moderators who have been moderating, by the way. Thank you so much. Haley Girl and Ruth are over there on YouTube. Thank you so much for moderating over there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. K. Lowry Body over there on Facebook is moderating. Paul Anderson, thank you. Michael Fergal. Sarah on Twitch. All of our moderators, thank you. Thanks, Kendra Fox on Twitch for your support. CENTCOM still has not updated their status. They have not said that they have stopped the attacks, the strikes for the night. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. I really think the Houthis attacking at least one Iranian tanker in the Red Sea. I'm not Iranian, Saudi oil tanker in the Red Sea. They said they attacked 2 Saudi tankers, but they've at least attacked 1. I do think that's huge news. I think it's not being covered enough. I mean, if Saudi Arabia can't ship out its oil through the Red Sea, that's a huge deal for the oil market. Other ships might not feel comfortable being in the Red Sea. It's a big deal. It's literally like on the Wall Street Journal. It's like there's not even a headline on the front page about Saudi Arabia, about the Houthis attacking a Saudi oil tanker with a missile in the Red Sea. Isn't that a big deal? Haley Girl says the next few days will be interesting. Bloomberg has the headline up. Houthis say they attacked tankers in Red Sea, widening war. It's potentially an enormous story for the economy. For the oil market. And by the way, still no comment from the White House. I've heard not a single comment of any kind from the White House or State Department about the Houthis hitting a Saudi oil tanker with a missile in the Red Sea. While the Houthis are saying that they're going to blockade or the Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea, naval blockade. No statement yet from any again, White House, State Department, nothing. Pentagon, I haven't heard a statement from anyone. Metro thinks it's definitely a big deal if the Houthis are committed to this now. Haley Girl says, what will Saudi Arabia do? Lou thinks they're being too quiet. Lou Scotland thinks they're being too quiet. It's crazy. I'm on the Financial Times too, and I'm looking at it and I don't see a headline on their page about it. Crazy. Seems crazy to me. Bear with me for a second here. Zambo says desensitization. I've said this before. I've been saying this for like a week or so two now. I've been saying I think a lot of people are tuning out of the war because it's gone on for a while. Update from Fars News, but this is not a new attack. So this is from a couple hours ago. It's a new update. Fars News state media says the governor of Islamabad Garb County in Iran said that about 2.5 hours ago, around 3:40 this morning, 2 explosions occurred in the vicinity of Islamabad Garb County as a result of a U.S. attack. And again, that was 2.5 hours ago. I'll show you where that is. I don't even know where it is. Oh, Islamabad Garb is in Kermanshah province. Western Iran. Number of strikes in Western Iran recently. That's Western Iran. Why there was a strike here, I have no idea. There's a city there, some cities also, but there's also a bunch of mountains and stuff. Islamabad Garb. Are there ships going in and out of the Red Sea? Yes. I can show you though. Let's just do a quick look at that from marine traffic. I can show you the last 12 hours here. So there's the bottom of the Red Sea there. I think we're not seeing all the ships. I think maybe there's so many ships it like gets, what's going on with this? That's the bottom of the Red Sea where the Bab al-Mandeb Strait is. Oh, and I'll put the time up there, but you can see there, that's the last 24 hours. There are clearly ships going through about 18 hours ago, right? That's the strait going in and out of the Red Sea. Look at this. And now you're at about probably 8 hours ago. I mean, that's a few ships going in right there, it looks like. Unless they stopped. Did they stop? What happened? No, one of them went through. You know, it's also possible that ships turn off their... I wonder if some ships are turning off their transponders when they start going through the Red Sea. Hang on a moment here. Larry Sandell says bottlenecks here and there. I am checking here for updates. Thanks to Samantha S. Reynoso. She says, on the undercovered Houthi strikes today post-blockade, history shows these disrupt global shipping big time. What's the bigger risk here long term? Well, I mean, two things. First of all, if the Houthis keep striking ships in the Red Sea, that's a strategic, very important waterway. Saudi Arabia is shipping lots of oil through there now. That's the main shipping place where Saudi Arabia ships out its oil. So that could certainly impact the world oil market by cutting off a significant additional percentage of oil from the world oil market. There's that. But also, I mean, it could also, if other ships think it's too dangerous to go in the Red Sea, it could cut off the shipping of other goods as well. Again, that's a heavily utilized shipping lane, the Red Sea, and so there's that whole question. But then there's a whole other question, which is, are we going to see more fighting between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis, who have recently, they had a truce for several years. Then the truce broke apparently a couple weeks ago, and they each Well, the Houthis said that Saudi Arabia hit a Houthi airport with strikes. Then they attacked a Saudi airport and they struck a Saudi airport. So there could be more fighting in the region. And there's a worry that the fighting could end up helping to spread the war in the Middle East. So there's economic concerns, but there's also the concerns about increased fighting. I don't know. Is Saudi Arabia going to strike the Houthis now? You know? So there's all kinds of, there's the military escalation, there's the economic damage. But that's a very, it's a key route there, the Red Sea shipping route. Regarding the strait, which is right down here, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, Wikipedia says it's a major global checkpoint. It is a strategic link between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea, which is up here. So there's the Mediterranean up there. Then the Indian Ocean down here. There's India right there. That's the Arabian Sea. Let me give you some more background, though. Hold on. So Wikipedia says that, hold on. Wikipedia says that choke points are narrow channels along widely used global sea routes that are critical to global energy security. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait is 14 miles wide at its narrowest point, limiting tanker traffic to two 2-mile wide channels for inbound and outbound shipments. Let's see here. Encyclopedia Britannica says, in the 21st century, Bab el-Mandeb Strait accounts for about 1/10 of seaborne oil trade, making it the third biggest choke point in global oil trade after the Strait of Malacca and the Strait of Hormuz, and about 1/4 of global container trade also passes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. About 1/4 of global container trade. I will post a link to the Britannica article in the chat about that. Oh, did CENTCOM post? J. James said CENTCOM posted. Is CENTCOM said they're done? CENTCOM says they are done. CENTCOM says they're done, guys. Once again, I'm not aware that they hit, well, I don't know. I mean, we heard Iran claim they hit a border point, a border crossing. I don't know if that's true. But I was going to say, for the most part, I didn't hear any bridges hit or civilian sites. I'm not aware that these strikes are really very different than previous ones. But at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 19 minutes ago, U.S. Central Command forces completed another round of strikes against Iran for the 12th consecutive night, guys. 12 consecutive nights. Almost 2 weeks. U.S. forces struck Iranian military targets, including maritime capabilities, missile and drone storage facilities, coastal surveillance sites, and air defense assets. These strikes further degrade Iran's ability to attack civilian mariners and commercial vessels. This month, American forces have targeted dozens of Iranian military sites on land while resuming a blockade against Iran at sea. As of today, CENTCOM has redirected 9 commercial vessels and disabled 1 to prevent ships from entering or departing Iranian ports. More than 50,000 U.S. service members are operating across the Middle East and remain highly vigilant, focused, lethal, and ready. And here is this. I'll make the video bigger for you. The nightly video that they come out with. Video footage of U.S. Central Command completing precision strikes, further degrading Iranian military capabilities, released today. It doesn't even say the video was taken today, by the way, just to be clear. Just to be clear, it does not say the video was taken today, but maybe it was. Looks like they blew up a vehicle that was being driven somewhere. Look at that. That's some sort of, looks like a port with some small boats there. Did you guys, or a pier? That looks like a boat. Let's watch this again. There's a vehicle of some sort. There's a vehicle that was blown up. Then, I don't know what that was. Then the next one is a pier with some boats. And then there's a boat. Can't even really see. You can't really, I think some of that's blacked out, I think. Yeah, there's the pier with the boats. Looks like they hit one boat. Look, that one's on fire. This one's not. Looks like they hit a particular boat. Maybe I'm wrong. Doesn't it? One boat? I don't know what these boats are. Maybe they belong to the IRGC. By the way, Timpock. Oh, Timpock. Okay, good. Timpock corrected the mistake. That's fine. Timpock. Totally cool. We don't want our viewers to have to commit to a mistake. Timpock, thank you. That's very generous of you. I really appreciate it. Timpock, thank you. I'm glad you corrected it. And thanks for all your support, Timpock. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. Now, hang on. Grant Bishop says expensive fireworks. The Knights Palace says that was the IRGC flagship. Austin Batman thinks the videos tonight from CENTCOM were not impressive. Joe Blower says, so they waste millions on a fishing boat and a tractor. I don't know exactly what those things were. Didn't seem like the boats were very big boats, but I don't know the specifics about them. Kendall thinks there was something explosive on that boat. Now, Zane Isaiah said it's not the car or the boat, but it's who's in the car and the boat. Somebody certainly seemed to be driving the vehicle. I don't know about the boats. I'm very interested to see. Iran had said that another ship in the Strait of Hormuz had exploded, and we have not heard yet of any new ship destroyed or ship attacked in the Strait. But sometimes there's a delay on that, so I'm very interested to see what we hear about that, and also Again, the Houthis had said they had targeted hit 2 Saudi ships in the Red Sea. We know that one was hit at least. We haven't heard about the second one. But I do again want to mention that at some point, I assume, there will be a case where Iran fires on a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. And then we will have to see if President Trump follows through on his threat, which was from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, whether it be, no, shoots at a ship, not even hits. From this time forward, whenever Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. So, and as I mentioned to you earlier, we read some of them. A number of Iranian officials and state TV, and I believe also the Revolutionary Guard of the Army posted counter threats to the U.S. after this, saying that they would escalate if the U.S. did this. But I mean, at some point soon, we'll hear about Iran firing on a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Gary Podgorski says, sure they will. Yeah, I can't. I mean, they just said tonight. They claimed tonight that a ship exploded, and they said that no ships are going to be that oil ships are not going to be allowed to go through the strait. So I don't know what's going to happen here. I do not know. Weirder Coma on Twitch says, why can't he just do it now? Just give me a moment. Give me 2 seconds here. Give me 2 seconds. We've had a lot going on. Midtown Mike thinks day 13 of strikes is when we will find out. Hang on, guys. I'm just checking something here. By the way, the New York Times reported today that nearly a dozen troops were also wounded severely enough by Iranian missile and drone attacks in Jordan and other countries this month that they were flown to a U.S. military hospital in Germany for treatment. Okay. So that's I'm going to read that again from the New York Times. They're reporting that a military official told the Times that nearly a dozen troops were also wounded severely enough by Iranian missile and drone attacks in Jordan and other countries this month that they were flown to a U.S. military hospital in Germany for treatment. Hope they're okay. All right. Let's see here. See if I have anything else coming in. CENTCOM has said they're done for the night. You know, I don't, you never know when breaking news is going to happen. There could be stuff that happens soon. But it's been pretty busy while we've been on the air today. Been a lot going on. I think maybe we're getting close. You know, I think maybe we are. This is a marathon, not a sprint. But maybe I'll start wrapping it up. But if something happens before I end, then I can stay on the air. Also, if there's something huge, I can always come back on the air. That's not a problem. Yeah, there's been a lot going on during this stream. And then, what's going to happen with the Houthis in Saudi Arabia? That's a whole new thing going on. Is the U.S. going to escalate? So anyways, I appreciate everybody being here, and I will keep an eye on things tonight. Again, you just don't know. Things can happen at any time. So if there's some big development, I'll just come on the air again. But for now, since the U.S. said the strikes are over, I would not be surprised, by the way. I'm expecting that in the coming hours, we'll hear those sirens in Bahrain, and there's sirens in Kuwait, and Iran fires missiles at Kuwait and Jordan and Bahrain, or drones. I'm sure that kind of stuff will happen. We usually don't get much information about that at the time. Raisback says, have to watch the Red Sea. But again, I really appreciate people being here, and we will have definitely more coverage. Also, I will post updates on my X account when I'm not on the air. If you want, you can follow me on X at Lookner. I post breaking news there when I'm not on the air at Lookner. Really appreciate people letting me read your comments and questions on the air. I really appreciate people sending me updates during the stream, and also and writing in and letting me know what you're hearing in the chat and writing to me. And everybody who participated in the chat, thank you. I would suggest turn on the notifications. My one regret is I probably should have drank more water during the stream. I'm sorry that I didn't do that. But anyways, I would suggest turn on our notifications, because I never know when big news is going to happen. I'm going to jump on the air. So if you sign up for our free notifications, you'll get sent a notification whenever we go live beforehand. It works really well. It's really reliable. That way you don't miss a breaking news stream. The mods will post a link to the notification sign up in the chat. You can also find that notification sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Sign up for the notifications. I would do that. Okay, now, I do want to thank our mods too. Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on this stuff, guys. I just don't know what's going to happen when. So, huge thanks to our moderators. We've had a lot of people in the chat tonight, as usual, and our mods are awesome. They allow us to have chat rooms. They allow people to discuss different views and keep it civil and respectful there. That's what our mods do. They're amazing. Ruth over there right now on YouTube. I think Haley Girl was there before, and others. So huge thanks to our moderators. Thanks, Ruth, so much. Also over there on Twitch, Sarah is there now, and all of our moderators besides Sarah too. Thank you so much. Thanks, Sarah. Linda Belk, Misha Larry on X, and over on Facebook. Speaking of Facebook, I owe a thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Kristen. Also, thanks for modding Kayla Ribati, Andrea Holder, Michael Fergal, Shannon Davis Hughes, Darren Charlo, Big thank you to all of our moderators. Also, huge thanks to a lot of generous viewers supported the channel tonight. So nice of you guys. That's really nice of you, and that's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So huge thanks. Let's see, did I catch up on thanking people? Kendra Fox, I still owe you a thanks. Thanks for all your support. Kendra Fox on Twitch, very kind of you. And New Yorker 783 as well. And also, again, thanks so much to Tim Pock. Thank you, Tim. And Louis R. and Tormented Tantalus. And everybody else who supported the channel tonight, who I thanked earlier. And Keith Roberts and Hell of a Time and everyone else. Thank you so much for your support for the channel. We do have a... Oh, by the way, if you're on X, I would suggest, recommend, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. Another good way to find out when we're live. I always post there when we're going live beforehand. I post updates about the channel there. So if you're on X, follow us at Agenda Free TV. And we do have a Discord channel. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. A bunch of our viewers like doing the chat on Discord. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Discord is also free. Our chat's also free. The mods will post that link in the chat. But check out the Discord chat. And big thanks to our Discord moderators who moderate in the Discord chat. Thank you so much for moderating over there on Discord. And also, if you do watch us on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. YouTube notifications. So the way to do that is you subscribe to the channel, and then you click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, click the bell and choose all notifications. iCarousel says, when is the oil wars ending? How long is this going to go on for? I have no idea. We're on the 12th day straight of strikes, but feels like does not feel like we're near the end to me. Feels like the situation is developing. We're almost at 5 months. In 6 days, we'll be at 5 months into the war. Zyrev says we're going until we take what is ours. Wall Street says 2 more weeks. Thank you, Mitz Tulunad. I'm not going to summarize everything right now, Mitz, but you can rewind the video and check out what we've been talking about. I really appreciate it. Mitz Tulunad, thank you for your support. Hey, shout out to our subscribers over on Facebook, like Dolly Clark and Kristen McConnell Gates and Kayla Aribadi, all of our subscribers over there who support the channel. Thank you so much. And our Twitch subscribers like Zambo, Wall Street, Shaggy, Seed Music. Thank you, Sarah, Devil Doc, Kendra Fox, Simp Nasty Scrimp, and also Wall Street, Seed Music, Jack's Animals, OTWN7, O-Town 7, Midtown Mike, Uncle Fester, thank you, Jax Haku, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Very much appreciate all your support for the channel. Twitch subscribers, thank you. And our YouTube members. Oh, thanks to Raisback as well. Hey, Raisback, that's really nice of you. Raisback, thank you for your support. Also, thanks to all of our YouTube members, people like Harper Ann, Joseph Say, Gregory Scherer, Chinot, CAC813, Eric Johnson, Arspat, Evelyn in Maine, Don Video Guy, Gregory Scherer, David Joe Klotz, Wolfie Live, Marisol Del Valle, Josh Lacey, Bluebird Softball Cookie, Old School Gaming, CAC813, Harper Ann, Jerry Kovacs, We Get a Switch, Thank you. Wolfie Live mentioned a Barack Ravid report. Thanks, Wolfie Live. Oh, new report from Barack Ravid, guys. Barack Ravid says that the U.S. military used a B-1 long-range bomber on Tuesday to strike Revolutionary Guard Corps targets in Iran. Okay? This is the first time since the U.S. did a B-1 mission, says Barack Ravid, just came out, since the fighting restarted 12 days ago, he says. Axios claims that Barack Ravid says using B-1 bombers is a signaled a significant escalation, he says, and expansion of the U.S. military campaign. Can carry the largest bomb load of any type of bomber. And also, Barack Ravid says it's unclear what the B-1 attacked and whether its mission was more effective than other recent strikes. I wonder if that's one of these signal sending things. You know, you do it, and it's the idea is that Iran's going to see this, and you're sending. It's like a it's a threat to them. I wonder if it's something like that. Maybe it gets leaked too, so it gets reported on. Here, look. B-1B Lancer. Look at that. B-1B Lancer. I assume that's the one. Carries the largest conventional payload of both guided and unguided weapons in the Air Force inventory. It is the backbone of America's long-range bomber force. It can rapidly deliver massive quantities of precision and non-precision weapons against any adversary anywhere in the world at any time, says the Air Force. It is a highly versatile multi-mission weapon system. Primary function long-range multi-role heavy bomber. Anyways, Barack Ravid just a few minutes ago said that the U.S. used tonight a B-1B B-1 long-range bomber. I don't know, might be another sign of potential escalation soon, guys. Wikipedia says it's one of the U.S.'s 3 strategic bomber types, along with the B-2 Spirit and B-52 Stratofortress. Encyclopedia Britannica says the B-1 was designed to penetrate radar-guided air defenses by flying at low levels. They say it entered service as 1986. I'll post a link to that. Here's something from U.S. Strategic Command about the B-1 bomber here. B-1B Lancer striking 40 years from U.S. Strategic Command, and it says, there's a quote here, the B-1's ability to deploy quickly, operate at supersonic speeds, and carry the largest conventional payload makes it inherently unpredictable to adversaries and a flexible combat asset. Another quote here is, when it comes to penetrating enemy defenses and delivering the final blow before coming right back home again, there is no aircraft or crews finer than the B-1. Gemini says it combines the heavy payload capacity of a massive strategic bomber with the speed, low altitude agility, and sweep wing geometry of a strike fighter. Gemini also says, I'd have to confirm this somewhere. I don't like to rely on it. But Gemini claims that unlike the B-52 that flies high, or the B-2 which relies entirely on stealth, the B-1B was re-engineered to slip under enemy radar networks by flying fast and extremely low to the ground. It has systems that allow it to hug terrain at 200 feet above ground level while cruising at high subsonic speeds. At high altitudes, it can reach Mach 1.2. Interesting. That's the B-1. M. Raku, the botcher, says, I worked on one of those in the Air Force. Thanks for your service. So, again, Barak Ravid reports that a B-1 bomber was used in tonight's strikes, and Barak Ravid of Axios calls this, he says, it signals a significant escalation and expansion of the U.S. military campaign. All right, well, are we going to see a major, we keep hearing about that President Trump might escalate things. Oh, hold on a second. I want to update you on something else. Another claim from Iranian state media. Iran state media claims, look at the right here. Iran state media claims enemy attack on rescue vessels in Hormuzgan waters. The General Directorate of Ports and Maritime Affairs of Hormuzgan, this morning, 2 search and rescue vessels were targeted and severely damaged in a hostile act by the American-Israeli enemy. Now, it doesn't say they were doing rescues at the time. I mean, we saw several videos from the U.S. that the CENTCOM put out tonight of boats being attacked. So they're not saying they were asking a rescue, but they're saying among that what was attacked tonight was 2 search and rescue vessels they claim were attacked. The mission of these vessels is solely humanitarian and for rescue operations. J Money says a B-1 attacked but no casualties, or is Iran hiding them? That I can't say. We don't get a lot of information generally about what was targeted. All right, I think it's time. We were wrapping it up, and then we had that new news about the B-1. Thanks to our viewers so much for mentioning that. I'm glad we got to mention that. Oh, look at this. Hold on. Late update on the oil market. Oil continues to go up. It's at $96.40 now. Brent crude is at 96.40. Will it get to 100 soon? It's gone back up the last few weeks. A few weeks ago, it was at around the low 70s. At the beginning of the month, it was at the low 70s. Now it's at 96.40. Scott McPhee says, goodbye, wallet. Will we be getting to 100 soon? Barry thinks 110 soon. Hey, thanks to Mo90X Crypto King, David Joe Klotz. Thanks to Melissa Oman for watching. We thanked the YouTube members before. We thanked the subscribers on Twitch and Facebook. J Money thinks 5 months is too long. Thanks Wickedest Witch for watching. Dabney Offermind says limited strikes are worthless. The non-strike gaps just waste time and allow Trump to be in the news longer. That's what Dabney says. Thanks also to people like the Sunbeta. Sunbeta thinks the mother of all crises is coming. Tuckfex says thanks for watching. Greetings from space. Cash Mahina. My Mind Spray. Thanks for watching. Sunbeta. Clairvoyance. All right, we got to wrap this up. Tommy Sonic, Primal 7. Thank you. Sharon, Class, and Goslin. Thanks, Sharon, for watching. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for subscribing, Sharon, and watching. I appreciate Sharon, Class, and Goslin over on Facebook. Judy Fishoff, thanks for watching. Dolly Clark, thanks for subscribing and watching. Melissa Terry, thank you. All right, we're really wrapping it up now. But I will keep an eye on things. If there's huge news, I can always come back. Who knows what we'll hear about next? All right, well, for now, I'm wrapping up the stream. So, thank you again for watching, and thanks so much to our moderators. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.